he did not, no, he did not, 1 minute.
All right, it's 7 o'clock. You ready to begin? All right. Good evening. I want to go ahead and call to order this special meeting at 7 p.m. Anne, will you do a roll call for us?
Yes. Councilmember McQuay?
Yep, here.
Councilmember Nason?
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Here.
And Mayor Gary?
Here. Thank you, Anne. We'll go ahead and send it over to Mala.
Thank you, Mayor Gary. We have closed session that we'll be going into shortly under anticipated litigation with 2 threats of litigation specified in the agenda packet.
Okay. It looks like we do have public comment. So, Anne, would you go ahead and get our public comment before we go into closed session?
Go ahead, Jen.
Hi, good evening, Council and Madam Mayor. How's everybody doing? Well, I guess you're all doing good. You're all looking great tonight. I see everybody. Thank you. I'm not sure if you could see me or not. Maybe I'm just a phone-in user. So this litigation's been going on for a while. I'm not sure if the city attorney is aware. You know, for these court things, you could file a fee waiver. I think it's form like 601 or form 402. Elaine always got that for her clients. So there's a fee waiver, so you don't have to pay a filing fee. So with this litigation going on, every time you have to file a response or a, you know, MSJ, motion summary, you know, all these things you got to file with the courts. If you could get that fee waiver, you don't have to pay a $400 or $500 filing fee every time. You know, every time you got to send 2 double holes, copies, you know, served everybody. Everybody served. I was just wondering if the city got served properly. You know, if the opposing counsel has served you guys properly. Just want to make sure everything's going, you know, correctly. I'm sure Mala's on top of that kind of stuff. So far as litigation, I think that, you know, if someone wants to try to sue the city on how we vote, like I really don't understand that. I don't know if the city is even liable for that. I know the city takes on its own way to vote for our own city council. And yeah, that's the way it is. So litigation is always a scary thing, you know, especially for city staff, you know, city attorney, city manager. You don't want to lose a case. You don't want the city to look bad. And I think the fair thing is, because people just want things to be fair. And I'm not 100% sure on which way to go with this litigation. But like, let's say, for example, the city council wants to have more power, you know, for one person to have more power to make more decisions. I think the times we're living in, it's good for people to get to vote and for people to make a choice on certain things, because the city council, there's 5 people up there, and you 5 council members have so much power over so many governing bodies, over so many subcommittees. You know, you're the voice of so many people, and I wish more people got to be on these subcommittees. But I just think people in power right now, like the city council, you guys have so much power. I just wish it was fair for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more public comments?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
go ahead, Brian.
Hi, everybody. Brian Beal here. I guess what I wanted to say about this is, litigation is something I think, is often not well understood, and it's best to listen to the attorneys when it comes to this sort of thing. And in terms of the matter at hand, my understanding is the California Voting Rights says that somebody's underrepresented, they can say they're a class and demand that we have district elections. And I feel that in Albany's case, the city is divided essentially into two economic zones by the BART tracks. So, I mean, it is what it is, right? I think we would benefit from having district election. I don't think the matter was ever fully studied. So I think this was given to us as a choice between ranked choice and at large, or ranked choice and or at large and plurality. And the way that I thought this was just, we were getting ranked choice. I didn't see anything implicit in denying in there that it was denying this at large, denying district elections. So, but I think, it is not worth it for the city to get caught up in a big, spend a lot of money. We've got better things to do with our money. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any more, Ann? That's it? Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and go into closed session.
there was a huge tree here that we cut down for that reason when we bought the property. We had an arborist look at it. He said, well, there's a 10% chance this thing's going to fall over.
Right.
That's not low enough. That's not okay.
Right. We do not want that.
Yeah. So there's fires restarted in the Santa Cruz Mountains.
Yeah.
Maybe even from, embers that were remaining from the previous fires. Just psychotic.
Yeah.
Year round now.
But it looks like that's some rain coming at the end of the week. A little bit, maybe.
Yeah, that's what my wife said Friday.
Sprinkles.
You know, I think they put those on there just to tease us. I think he's backing them up.
Just so we can be excited, like, oh my God, it's rain.
All right, there's hope, there's hope, there's no hope.
My wife did this one time where she cut out the forecast from the newspaper and then like overlapped them in a chain. You can just see it was like the forecast for that day just flipped back and forth and back and forth. Rain, no rain, rain, no rain, no rain, rain. There's no consistency.
No consistency.
And you know, we have such little microclimates around here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's 7:30. We ready, Ann? Everyone?
Yes.
All right, here we go. All right, good evening. I want to call the order. Our regular meeting is 7:30 p.m. Before we do our Pledge of Allegiance, I want to take this time to have a moment of silence just for pay respect to the 400,000 individuals that have lost their lives due to the COVID outbreak. This outbreak has taken the lives of friends, families, and neighbors in our community. But today we offer hope and prayers to all and declare that we are not alone. No loss is greater than the loss of a loved one. So let us continue to work to stop future losses. And I just pray that everyone stay safe, continue to mask up as we move throughout this pandemic, and hope that things will turn around soon. With that said, I'm going to ask Councilmember McQuaid if she would lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. Before we get to, let's go ahead and do the roll call. Ann, please.
Councilmember McQuaid,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Here.
Mayor Gary.
Here. Thank you, Ann. I'm going to take this time for item 3. We don't have any ceremonial matters, but Councilmember Nason would like to make a statement.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
did want to mention, because at the end of the last meeting, I said I would potentially bring something back for this meeting regarding Golden Gate Fields and the resumption of racing there. But the resumption of racing has been okayed. And so I will not be doing that. But I did want to say, I think that the time is coming when we should have a serious conversation about understanding exactly what our dependency and non-dependency is on revenue specifically from the horse racing, and consider our policy with regard to supporting the continuance of that activity indefinitely. It's not within our jurisdiction to say yes or no. But I do think that we take a lot of positions that are essentially moral in nature, and we should be looking at what happens to people and what happens to horses from a policy lens, and be willing to take a stand on it, even though we may not have the power, and should be working on our budget in such a way that we make sure that we do not have any critical services that are dependent on an activity that may not be long for this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. We'll go to the report on action and close items with our City Attorney, Mala.
Thank you, Mayor Gary. The council unanimously voted to authorize the city manager to execute an extension to a tolling agreement between the city and the Southwest Voter Registration Education Project. The extension would provide additional time for the council to adopt a resolution of intent under CVRA until April 30th of 2021. This will allow time for the various parties to enter into settlement discussions.
Mayor, you're muted. Mayor, you're muted.
I know. I put unmuted and she changed it, so I apologize. It looks like we have one hand raised. Is that correct, Ann?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, just we're starting off the city council meeting again. Just when we move to public comment and you say, yeah, and we have one hand raised, can you also say the agenda item number? Just say like, hey, we're opening up to public comment for agenda item number 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. So can you let me know what agenda item this is, please?
Will do. Thank you, Jeremiah.
What? Okay, so what can you let me know so I can
Oh,
make my...
we're on number 4. We're number 4, and city attorney just made her comments. So now we're moving to the consent calendar. Thank you. Councilmember Tiedemann, did you have a question? No? All right, we're going to move along to item number 5, the consent calendar. Does any council member would like to pull anything? No?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'd like to pull 5-7, please.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, I'm going to send it over to the public. Does the public have any items they would like to pull on the consent calendar? Looks like we have one for item 5.
Hi, thank you. Yeah. Well, obviously, I want to pull the consent calendar for the library board. Is that what is that? Is that 11-1? I'm trying to.
No. So at this time, we're at number 5 on the agenda. Yeah. So is there anything on the consent calendar for item number 5?
Yeah, I would like to pull 11-1. Is that outside the consent calendar, or is that just an agenda item?
That's an agenda item.
Okay, so consent calendars is what, 5 through 8?
Just 5.
Just 5?
Just 5.
Okay. Oh, thank you. So 5-1, 5-2, 5-3. Okay. So 5-5, 5-7, 5-8, and please, 5-4. Oh, 5-1, please, 5-1, the minutes, and that's it, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other?
Looks like the hand was lowered, so no.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I'll bring it back to City Council. So we'll start with consent item 5-1.
Mayor, do I just let the public in who pulled 5-1?
Yes, Jeremiah, please.
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Oh, thank you. Oh, just unmute myself. Okay. So I would just, regarding the minutes from last meeting, I was wondering if you could remind the public whose idea was it, or what city council members motioned. Someone motions to approve and then someone seconds it. I was wondering who motioned and then who seconded to put sunset the library board on this city council meeting's agenda tonight. I was wondering regarding the last meeting, because it's probably in the minutes, who motioned and who made a second to to try to get the library board sunsetted. So I was wondering if you could let the public know who those two council members were, please, who made the motion and who seconded that.
If I can jump in, it was,
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan.
according to the minutes, it was Councilmember Tiedemann moved and Councilmember Wade seconded.
Okay. All right, we'll go to consent item 5.4. And that's Jeremiah again, Ann.
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Oh, I gotta unmute myself again. Okay. So 5.4, the Arts Committee. So this whole Arts Committee and the Financial Advisory Committee, Parks, Recreation, Open Space Commission. These are the appointees that the City Council selected to be on these committees. Just can you remind me if these were the open spaces that the boards did not fill, and these were open to the Maddies Act? So are these the new people that have recently applied, or are these the original applicants and they were finally chosen? Or is this new applicants and finally, since all the open spaces on the committees due to the Maddies Act, you need to make it public? So are these newly appointed people, or are they old applicants that finally we got around to deciding who they are?
Nicole, do you want to jump in and answer that question, please? Thank you.
Sorry, I lost my screen there for a minute. Yes, Mayor, these are continuation of the 2-year appointments. We have a 2-year term based on the reseating of the City Council. So it occurs every 2 years. These are the applications received to date. Each council member selects their respective appointments to the advisory bodies, and for transparency, these are all included on public agendas as the actions are taken by City Council members.
All right, thank you. City Manager and Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, just to clarify a little bit more. So these are all 5.4 regards new appointments by individual council members. So these are seats that had not been filled by individual council members so far.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. All right.
We have one more speaker.
You have one more speaker, you said? Okay, please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Beal. I happen to be the Vice Chair of the Pros Commission. I'm not speaking on behalf of them, just myself. And there's 2 items I wanted to talk about regarding advisory body appointments. One is that there are a number of unfilled advisory body appointments, and they seem to be gravitate towards the ones that are from the school boards. I don't know, there's others, but in my particular case, I went and looked it up, and the Parks and Recreation Commission has a specific clause in it that a quorum requires 4 members, regardless of the size. So that means by not filling those 2 seats, we can only tolerate 1 absence from that commission. So that's the first point, is that there just seems to be a history of advisory bodies not being filled. The expectation on the part of the public is that day 1 in December, when those advisory bodies meet, they will meet with a full commission. And they expect people responsible for making those appointments to do so by that date. Something's wrong that this isn't happening. We need to fix it. That's my first point. The second thing, this is the information age. Information is gold. Weak old information is worthless. If we have a website that has weak old information, you might as well shut down the website. You're wasting the public's time. It should not take a week to update the website to say that something, because you're wasting people's time. They're going and asking all these questions because it's not updated. What's wrong? We have volunteer organizations in this city that can update their website in one day. I'm not picking on any people. It's not one person's problem, but this is the changing reality of the information age. We need that information so that people know what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Are there any other hands up?
No, that's it.
All right. I'll bring it back to the council. Anyone want to comment or address that? Vice Mayor Jordan?
I received a message from Board President Hinckley that the school board will take up making its appointments at its meeting this coming Tuesday.
Thank you for that update, Vice Mayor Jordan. All right, let's go to item 5.5. That's also Jeremiah, please, Ann. Jeremiah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. So this is kind of the same basic thing we're just talking about. We've got, thank you, Madam Mayor and Albany City Council. So we got the Arts Committee and the Economic Development Committee. So ratification of recommended appointments. So you want Robert Abrams as a whole. So Mayor Gary selected that for the Arts Committee. And is that the last seat chosen on the Arts Committee? Is that the final one? And also Economic Development Committee, is that committee still active, or have you guys tried to sunset that one yet? So Todd Abbott is going to be on there. So also the Albany Chamber of Commerce gets to pick. So yeah, just clarify that. So the Albany Chamber of Commerce got to appoint Todd Abbott for the Economic Development Committee. Is that correct?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jeremiah, for your questions. Vice Mayor Jordan, and then I'll have the city manager address those questions, please.
I would say you can have her go ahead and address them.
Please, thank you. Nicole, please address Jeremiah's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, for the Economic Development Committee, it's specific to the way the originating resolution for that committee is written. The City Council was specific that there shall be a recommendee appointed based on the recommendation of the Solano Avenue Association as well as the Chamber of Commerce. So that is the ratification of that recommendation as received from the Chamber of Commerce. I'm trying to recall if there's another part to the question that I'm not responding to.
Arts Committee.
Arts Committee, yeah. The difference between this item and item 5.4 is that a ratification is required of the full council, whereas for 5.4, it's simply notification of the appointments made.
And then I think you wanted to know if there were any available seats on both of these committees, if there are any openings.
That I don't have that at my fingertips. That's based on each page of our website where the information is updated once it's ratified or placed on a city council agenda. So you should see that information updated within the week.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. I also want to jump in and just say, applications come in daily and changes are being made on a daily basis. So I would just ask the public if you can just please be patient with us as we're making the selections. And the changes are coming about, and we'll make sure that we keep the update appointments on our website on a weekly basis. But again, it can change. So we just ask that you would please be patient. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to offer the information that there is a second body as a whole appointment on the Arts Committee that I believe is the board's appointment, Board of Education appointment, that has not been filled yet.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. All right, we're going to move down to item 5.7. We'll start with Councilmember McQuay, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll withdraw my question.
Okay. We'll go to 5.7. I think Jeremiah also pulled that as well.
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Hi, yeah, thank you, City Council, Madam Mayor, and City Clerk. Just wanted to give you a shout out, Ann. Thank you very much. So 5.7, basically green building measures, right? So that has to refer to all the new construction going on in Albany. If you want to build any sort of new construction, you can't do natural gas anymore. It's all got to be electric stove. Everything's got to be electric appliances, right? Is that what you're referring to?
All right, thank you, Jeremiah. And is there any other attendees?
No, that's
Okay. We'll bring it back. Nicole, do you have staff that can answer that question for 5.7?
Yes, I see both Jeff and Michelle Plaus.
Thank
I
you.
can go ahead and answer that.
Thank you,
It's
Michelle.
here. Yeah, so this green building resolution would not require all electric buildings. It's not banning natural gas. It's an electric preferred reach code. So it sets up a series of requirements that would push people towards building all electric, but does not require it.
Okay. Jeff, did you want to add anything or?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that said, we'll go to the last item that was pulled, and that's 5.8, and that's also Jeremiah. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Ann. Thanks, Ann. It's okay. I know takes some time. So basically this whole grant with the building code, with the green funds, have we looked regarding the state or national parks, or any sort of grants we can get from, Sierra Club? Have we checked from nonprofits? Have we looked on certain measures, whether or not we're getting any money from certain measures? What about the state park system or the national park, the federal? Are we getting any federal funds? Are there any federal grants we could look? Also, one other question is, who in the city are the people that try to apply for these grants? How many staff members do we have in Albany actually researching and trying to apply for grants? Is there a way that members of the public could probably volunteer their time to maybe apply for some grants for the city so we can get more money for parks and recreation sort of thing? That's my questions.
All right, thank you, Jeremiah. And I don't see anyone else with their hand up. Is that correct? All right. Looks like we have Isabel on. Are you available to answer the question, Isabel?
Yes, good evening. Yes, this grant is actually a state grant. This is the second one that we are applying for. And as far as looking for grants from nonprofit agencies, that's not something that we've looked into, and I'm not sure that there are grants from nonprofits. We usually get grants from the state or the federal government at this point. And as far as who looks for grants, I think it's probably different staff from different departments look at grants that correspond to their line of work.
All right, thank you, Isabel. I'll bring it back to council. Any other questions? Nope. All right, I guess we'll need a motion to pull. I'm sorry, Councilmember.
I'm sorry, there's another member of the public with a hand raised. I don't know if you saw that.
No.
Yeah, you raised it after the public comment was brought back. I mean, it was brought back to the council, so hold on just a second.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, this is Diki Chamataki. I want to talk on the agenda 10.2. Am I too early now, or is it okay to talk about
Yes,
it?
yes, you're too early. We will open it up for public comment when we get to that item on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for raising your hand. Let me scan again before I make sure we're not missing anyone. So I don't see anyone. Anne, do you?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions about the consent calendar?
I'll move consent.
I'm sorry.
I'll move
okay.
consent.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right. Anne, go ahead.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
and Mayor Gary.
Yes. All right, now we are at item number 6, good of the city for public comment. Please note that you have 3 minutes to speak on items that are not on the agenda. With that said, Anne, if you'll go ahead and open it up for public comment, please. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Thank you, Ann. I know my 3 minutes goes fast. Boy, I wish I had 4, let me tell you. So my public comment is, what is the city council? What is the city staff doing about making showers available to the public in the city limits of Albany? What is the city staff? What is the city council doing to make a positive change, democracy, to help the homeless? Because I've been asking since March of last year, ever since COVID came out and the Albany pool shut down the Albany shower program. The city staff sat around, the city council sat around for almost a year now, has done nothing. The only way for people to take showers in Albany is to go to Berkeley. It doesn't make sense. I brought a portable shower trailer to Solano Avenue. I did it. I'm one person. I got about 10 homeless people to take showers. If I could do it, you could do it. It only took me a matter of a couple of weeks. You guys haven't done anything for a year. So what are you procrastinating on? Use the emergency funds you got for Measure B, B, C, C, D, D, and E, E. It's an emergency. Get a shower trailer. Get a portable shower. You guys keep giving money to Berkeley. Berkeley Food and Housing, Berkeley Mental Health. They keep stealing money from you. There is no Berkeley Mental Health mobile unit. So what are you doing about showers? Because I don't see anything being done about showers whatsoever. And this is so disappointing. There's so many people in Albany that back me up. I'm over here on Harrison Street. I bought a portable shower trailer for Matthew Casimiro. Cost $1,200. He's going to take a hot shower right now. We got hot water from Whole Foods driveway just now. He's going to take a hot shower. What a milestone. If we could do it, if homeless people could raise money recycling to buy themselves showers, why can't the city staff do anything? Or the city council, where's the grants for homeless people for taking a shower? We could park a shower trailer in the Alameda in the Albany Library parking lot or Public Works area. I got Urban Automa down here on Harrison Street giving me the green light. They're going to provide water and electricity if we just had a shower trailer. We could do showers every day, but this is in Berkeley. So Albany, let's step up our game. Let's see the Albany staff and the city council provide some resources, water and electricity in a shower trailer for Albany. Please. It's almost been a year. You guys are sitting around doing absolutely nothing. A homeless person saved recycling money. If a homeless person could do it, how come the city can't do it? Thank you.
Jeremiah, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment.
Go ahead, Brian.
Hi, everyone. This is Brian Beal, Vice Chair of the Pros Commission, speaking on behalf of myself. First, I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on where we are right now as a nation and everything. As y'all recall, 4 years ago in 2 months, we woke up to the nightmare of swastikas and Instagrams, and so much of what we've done the last 4 years was in response to the changes that happened starting on that date. Things like, well, we started a Democratic Hub, we had a sanctuary city policy, we've done so much. Well, here we are, finally, as of tomorrow, things are shifting. Who would have known that 7 years ago, someone that I met and got my picture taken with 7 years ago is tomorrow is going to be inaugurated Vice President of the United States. So, so what do we do now? Well, one of the things that's happened out of this is, I think in terms of Albany, is the work of the Social and Economic Justice Commission has become very important. There was a push to make them meet more often and to expand the number of members. Those were all good ideas. But I'm thinking that it would be great if we had more things that people could run for in Albany. And I think it would be great if the Social and Economic Justice Commission were elevated to an elected body, so that and also so that it could make some decisions on its own. Because the thing is that with what has happened, it's almost as if you need 2 city councils, because we've had twice as much things to deal with because of the assault that's been happening on our democracy the last year. So anyway, those are ideas to think about. I think with that said, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bill.
Go ahead, Maria.
Hello, my name is Mariah. I live on Solano Avenue. And I would like to second what I hear from Jeremiah. We're going to see harder times before they get easier in regards to economics and COVID. And just what I have observed from living here in Solano, I mean, there are many people living in their cars. And so it's hard to even talk about because it's, I mean, it's sad, it's beyond sad, but it's dehumanizing. And I'm seeing more and more of it, you know, people trying to kind of hide that they're getting out of, you know, the place where they're sleeping or actually calling home. And it's right alongside, I mean, we have a fair wealth disparity, pretty large wealth disparity here in Albany. And I think we have a lot of equity issues that that many of you know need to be addressed. But we definitely have a growing homeless crisis here in Albany. And I have only lived in Albany for about a year. And so I don't know that we have a shelter here in Albany. I suspect that we do not. But I'm sure that you are aware that California law prohibits displacing homeless individuals without providing alternative shelter. So if Albany does not have a shelter, it's my understanding that we cannot ask any homeless person to leave the city limits without providing alternative shelter. I voted for some of our new city council members on their platform of supporting the unhoused. And, you know, I thank you for running on that platform, and I look forward to what you're going to do to support it. And I saw that the deadline had been expanded for the equity, racial justice in policing. I know that's not the exact title, but I wonder why you needed to expand it, almost in line with why seats are not filled on the commissions. You know, is it because people aren't applying, or is it because the kind of people you want aren't applying? And what does that mean? So thank you so much for your time, and thanks for your work.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you, Anne. Bring it back to City Council. Did anyone want to make a comment or response to the comments and questions? No? All right, we'll go to item number 7, Council Subcommittee Reports and Council Member Reports, the events and meetings that were attended during this time. I'll start with Council Member Nason.
Yeah, you know, before I start, I thought I would make a comment that in theory, we're not, the public comment period is not a time for dialogue with the public. Rather, we can take that to, if they bring up an issue, we're able to talk with them after the meeting, and or put it on when we get to future items, we can plan to take up a future item on that item. But I think it's good to have answers come from the staff if there is simply a factual issue that needs to be clarified. But I hope that people understand we're not failing to answer them because we don't have an answer or don't want to talk to them. It's just that this is not that's not the way that we do this from an agenda perspective. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did attend a meeting of the Alameda County Transportation Commission's Committee on Legislation, and there was an interesting presentation on their from their lobbying team about their priorities for the coming year, and I will put that. I'll do a written comment that can go in the next packet so everyone can review that. Anyone who has an interest can review it.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on the regional bodies. I never get this straight, but is that correct, Mayor? That we're on the regional bodies?
We're on the regional bodies subcommittee.
I did attend the Housing Authority Board meeting, and I attended the 2 policy committees for the League of California Cities that I'm on, the Public Safety Committee and the Community Services Committee. Being the very, very, very beginning of the legislative session, there wasn't a whole lot. It was mostly housekeeping as far as how the committees worked and how the Brown Act worked and like that. So there's not much to report. And I did finally finish the Everyone Home Strategic Planning Retreat.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Tiedemann.
No action to report. I have the first EBCE board meeting tomorrow night, so I'll have something for our next meeting.
All right. Thank you. And Vice Mayor Jordan.
I attended the Programs and Administration Committee of Stop Waste, which received the annual financial report for the agency. The report had no adverse findings, and the committee recommended that the board approve the report. I also attended the Alameda County Mosquito Abatement District board meeting, and it also received its annual financial report, and it also had no adverse findings. The board approved that. There was also a request from the agency to be connected to the CERT community in each city. This specifically regards the anticipated arrival of Aedes species mosquitoes, which are a disease vector mosquito. These are mosquitoes that can breed basically in a cup of water in someone's backyard, and they're active in the daytime. And so the district has a plan for responding. They have sentinel traps out, and if they see one of these mosquitoes, they have a plan for working out from there, and they're hoping to work with CERT volunteers in doing that. So I'm facilitating a connection with the CERT community. But if there's others who are interested in being a part of the potential response, if and when it should occur, please send me an email. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. And lastly, myself, I did attend the Alameda County Mayor's Conference. Basically, they discussed a number of cases in Alameda County of COVID. There's 12,302 cases to date. In Albany, it looks like there may be 132 to 204 cases. I'm not sure on the exact numbers, but that was the range. Recently found out that there is a new COVID scam regarding residents. It looks like people are targeting our residents to get information or to pay for vaccinations. So if residents are being, contacted in a manner that is fraudulent, you should definitely contact the city for those questions before you interact with them. One takeaway was that one of the mayors did suggest, I think a couple did suggest, that there be a COVID plan to roll out as we continue to open up. And I know last city council meeting, I did say that. So I'm asking that the city staff and the council members partner with me so we can make sure everything opens up safe for our city and that we have a plan for all of our businesses to thrive and move forward. And so with that said, that's all I have to report. Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I watched, I did not attend as a formally attend, but I did watch the 2x2x2.
Oh.
I did. Yeah, do you want to?
There's so many. I definitely forgot about that. Yes, I did attend that meeting. Vice Mayor Jordan did too. We both attend that meeting. I think if you want to go with Vice Mayor Jordan, and then I'll go after you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, actually, I was just beating myself on the head for forgetting.
Yeah, I know. No,
Thank you, Councilmember Nason, for
thank
pointing
you
that out.
so much. But I think just to understand the collaboration and what's going forth at UC Village, the new project that was presented, the Ocean View School construction project that also was presented as well. And so as we continue to have these meetings, we'll continue to build relationship and have meaningful collaboration as we move things forward. Also, I want to say one thing before you, Vice Mayor Jordan. I did watch the first Social Economic Justice Commission meeting, and I would say I was very pleased with how trying to bring diversity to these commissions. It was very nice to see commissioners. It just made me really happy and proud to see that we're moving toward making Albany a diverse and a beautiful city. So I just wanted to comment on that. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I thought in response to Councilmember Nason, it's a good opportunity to provide information out more. So UC is planning to build more graduate student residences. This would be at the northeast block of Monroe and Jackson. And the plan, as I understand it, where they're at now, is they're planning for 800 beds. Again, as I understand it, would be 4-bedroom suites around a central kitchen living area. It's designed or geared more towards individual students rather than graduates who have a family, as is the housing with the rest of the village. And their preliminary parking plan for motor vehicles is to have 200 spaces. And none of this is absolutely settled, but they are moving fairly quickly. So it's perhaps more settled than we might be used to at a planning stage like this. And we discussed the possibility, pardon me. Here we go again. We discussed the possibility of UC building a bike path along Jackson, as well as we discussed with the school district the design of the plaza in front of Ocean View, which really hasn't been designed yet in much detail. And so there's the possibility of getting a cycling path in front of Ocean View School to help access there for children that don't arrive in a motor vehicle. And so to have 2 blocks along this street between Buchanan and 8th is an opportunity. And that fits with UC's approach to this graduate student residences, which is to really limit the number of motor vehicle parking spaces and work to enhance other means of transportation. They're talking about bringing in bike share, potentially they're instituting or decreasing the time between shuttles to campus. I'm not sure which. So that's, in a nutshell, some of what was discussed at that meeting.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Councilmember Nason?
Maybe this is something to discuss when we talk about future agenda items, but I'm wondering if there will be an opportunity for some discussion of this at the city council level because of its impact on our safe routes to school investments and our planning for the San Pablo Avenue corridor. And I think there's a potential driveway involved that we may need to take up when it comes up. So I would love to have a chance for us to maybe take a presentation about it and give some input if that's agreeable to others. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
I think just for the benefit of anyone who's watching, since Councilmember Nason mentioned a driveway issue, so to expand on that, since there's an opportunity for the public to become more aware, the AUSD has asked to have a driveway to a new staff parking facility that would be between Buchanan and the buildings. The playground is going to move to the west side, and they're interested in having a driveway off of Buchanan to that parking facility rather than off of Jackson in order to reduce conflicts between staff arriving and traveling through across the sidewalk where so many students are traveling to get to school. So my understanding is that issue will be considered by the Transportation Commission at its meeting, which I believe is Thursday, January 28th, but I'm not positive about that. It will be the 4th Thursday of the month if you're interested in that issue.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan and Councilmember Nason. Before we close this, we'll go to any public comments. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Well, good evening, Council, Madam Mayor, and City Clerk Ann. Thank you. I'm addressing to Councilmember McQuaid. You said you were on 2 committees. You attended 2 things. What was it? The East Bay Emergency Preparedness. What was that?
Jeremiah, I'm on 2 policy committees for the League of California Cities. One is Community Services and one is Public Safety.
Okay, so regarding public safety, is there anything in that subcommittee you're on for public safety to do anything for public safety showers? Or, or I don't know if you've attended Albany CERT or not, but regarding public safety, I mean, do you know what walkie-talkie channel to go to in case we have a public safety emergency? I mean, if you don't, I mean, it's channel 20. So if anybody has a little walkie-talkie radio from Target, you go to channel 20. I mean, it was in the CERT meeting earlier this month. So if there's any public safety thing going on, you could report it. I mean, channel 20, and then channel 21 is the backup channel, regarding CERT, and also channels 8 through 14 work. So regarding public safety, I don't know. Do you have anything else to report on public safety? Because Solano Avenue is kind of unsafe right now regarding public safety. There was a metal lid from the restaurant right there between Cornell and Stanage. It flew about 20 feet in front of the Copy Central, in front of the flower shop. So it was very windy last night, but all these metal barrels, their lids were flying. I mean, what if that 20-pound or 15-pound metal lid flew and it landed and hit a baby in a stroller? I mean, public safety. I mean, what COVID things are you doing regarding public safety in Albany? I mean, is anybody else going to put up signs at the post office about the ridiculous line and so many people inside the post office? I mean, I put blue tape up saying no line on ADA ramp. You know, that seemed to be working well. So just what changes are you actually making for public safety than just being on a committee? How many committees are you on? 20, 30 subcommittees? It's great. Congratulations, you're on committees. But what are you doing to make a difference when you're on these committees? You know, I just want to see results. And why not divvy it up? It seems like one council member's got so much power. 20 subcommittees. I mean, have it open for the public to do something with public safety. I want to see some changes.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. Looks like we have another comment. Go ahead, Corey, please.
Good evening. I was just asking, I wanted to ask about the Paratransit Advisory and Planning Committee for the county. It appears to be vacant, and I'm guessing from that it means it doesn't have to be a council member. Are you looking for someone to fill that? Or I opened up their website and it doesn't look like they have listed an empty slot for Albany. Is that optional? That sort of thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
I just had a question. I wondered if the graduate student housing.
Sorry. Think we lost her.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Should I go? Should I go?
Yep. Go, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Julie. Go ahead. I'll give you 3 minutes.
All right. You promise this time you're not going to, whatever you're doing, you're not going to do it again. All right. Third try. I don't know what you heard. So graduate student housing in the village. There's been discussion on the rollers and strollers listserv about it, and a lot of conversations about cars versus no cars, children versus no children, appears to me. And I wanted to know if that's going to be a city council discussion at some point, and maybe that's what Vice Mayor Jordan was saying, is that there will be, or somebody was saying it would be at this a city council meeting, and so that, or maybe it was Councilmember Nason. But anyway, seems like somebody mentioned it, but I wasn't clear on what was going to be discussed, and I would really like an opportunity for the community and to have a discussion about that, if Albany has a say on it. I don't understand it. So maybe Albany has no say in it. I don't know, but I would just like it if somebody would clarify that for me. And if it's going to, Albany does have a say, I would like to have it, know that it was going to be on the city council agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, or do you, Ann?
No, that's it.
All right, I'll bring it back to council. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, in response to the comment that was just received, thank you. I think it's an opportunity to clarify at least my understanding, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, but that the proposed graduate student residences are purely under the approval authority of UC itself. The city of Albany does not have any approval authority. Obviously, we're seeking to work with UC on that to make it fit into the fabric of the city. But ultimately, because it is part of UC's educational mission, stabilize any facilities that are part of the UC's educational mission, local jurisdictions do not have authority, as I understand it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to the city manager's report. Nicole?
Thank you, Mayor. And if you wouldn't mind sharing the screen, I wanted to remind the community about the Alameda County Public Health Department website. Something newer to their web page is the hope of vaccinations and mass vaccinations. So if you go to their website, you click on vaccines and you scroll down, that left icon there with the person with the check, You click on that and there's an opportunity to get notified when it's your turn. Now, certainly the rollout and stand up of mass vaccination sites and through healthcare providers, pharmacies, other opportunities are still ongoing. And I know the county is the lead agency and working as fast as they can through all of this work as we are across the nation, of course. But just wanted to flag this to our community's attention as one more way of getting information regarding the availability of vaccines, given that there are quite a few categories in terms of scheduling vaccines and who is up in line next. So this might help take some of the guesswork out of it. Just another resource that I wanted to share. In terms of update from city departments, I wanted to extend my appreciation to the mayor for taking the time to put together such a great video. You can see it posted to our website in honor of yesterday as Commit to Serve 2021 for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The city observed the day of service and to empower individuals, strengthen communities, and bridge barriers, addressing social problems and moving us closer to Dr. King's vision. So again, please visit our website, see that video, and we have also posted a video as provided from Congresswoman Barbara Lee's office. A reminder that we have a rent review program presentation coming up by our service provider, Echo Housing. That will be on Thursday, January 21st at 6 p.m., a virtual event via Zoom. You can find out more details and register by visiting echofairhousing.org. We also have a program specific for our community called Albany Community Connect. And some may have heard of this. It's a bit newer program where members of the community can sign up and give information about their particular needs with regard to emergency access for both fire and emergency services, first responders, to better understand how to serve you in the event of an emergency. The data you provide is secure and would only be used during emergency situations. You can see that information through Community Connect on our website. Quickly, for Public Works, we have two major paving projects continuing, as I've mentioned previously, both Washington Avenue and Adams Street project. Thank you for bearing with us through some workarounds as you travel throughout town and whatever your mode of transportation is. We anticipate that these will be wrapping up in early February. And also we are proud to report that we've done about 100 high-risk pruning of liquid amber trees. There are particular species in town that limbs tend to drop on. And given the high winds, we've been fortunate, incredibly fortunate, that we haven't seen major limb failure. So I certainly appreciate the proactive work to help maintain our trees as much as we can facilitate. Our sidewalk program is continuing, and also the Lower Solano curb ramp improvement project is also projected to begin in early mid-February, and both of these help facilitate safe walking and transport throughout town. We also have some sewer cleaning and inspection work happening this week in the path along Cerrito Creek between Adams and Pierce Street. So you see some work going on around there. It is our Public Works Department and service providers inspecting that area. And that completes my report. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicole. Any council members have any questions? No? All right, I'll bring it to public comments. Looks like we have 4. Go ahead. Jeremiah first.
Thank you. Down here on Harrison and 8th, Matthew's got his shower going. The water pump's a little loud. So what a milestone. We got somebody taking a hot shower. This is so great. That's my manager's report. I mean, that's what I'm doing for the city. I know the manager's report is always the same every time. How many meals, you did all this stuff for the brown bag thing. But I want to actually say thank you because my grandpa, Floyd Garrett, was in the senior center newspaper last week. And there's a photo of him holding, I guess, a bag you guys gave him for Christmas through the Albany Senior Center. It was like a green cotton or a green, some sort of bag. So I just want to say thank you guys for doing something for my grandpa, Floyd Garrett. And I just want to say it's so sad. I just want to give a moment of silence. His name is blanking me right now, but I remember him from the senior center for many years. He's wearing the tie-dye shirt, and he passed away. I know Peggy and Rachel Nason, you probably know who I'm talking about, right? The volunteer at the senior center. It was an elderly gentleman, wore glasses. But if you got the senior center report, the senior center newspaper, there was a report in there in his honor. So I just want to say thank you, city manager and city staff, for respecting somebody that's put so many time and so much energy and volunteer work into the senior center. And I wish maybe after I speak, any city council members, if you know his name, can you please let the members of the public, have respect and let them know his name, the senior center, because it's really beautiful. You put a really nice picture on there, and put a really nice picture down there for him. And just thank you for putting my grandpa Floyd Garrett in the newspaper. Like, we were talking about it. I was in the newspaper for Berkeley Times, Berkeley Side. I'm sorry. If you Google Berkeley Side, I was in the newspaper December 23rd for bringing a shower to Harrison Street. That I'm a COVID-19 hero. So my grandpa was like, hey, you were in the newspaper one week and I'm in the newspaper the next week. So it's just, we're so grateful and we're thankful for Albany putting my grandpa Floyd Garrett in the senior center newsletter. I just think that's a lot of respect. And, city staff, I may be very vocal sometimes, and I'm kind of on your guys' P's and Q's a lot because I want to make sure things are happening. But I do want to say thank you for putting my grandpa Floyd Garrett on the senior center newsletter. That means a lot to me. So thank you. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comments. Next.
Go ahead, Mariah.
Yes, go ahead, Mariah.
Hello. Thank you so much for the sidewalk project. Accessibility is so important. I live on one of those corners, so I saw it happening up close and personal. And one comment is that there's kind of like a planter, like a large cement planter on 2 of the 4 corners at Adams and Solano. It's like a giant cement block with large magnolia trees in them. They were rebuilt about a foot shorter than they were, which is fine. Not as easy to sit on, but that's fine. However, the root balls of the trees that grow there are sitting about a foot above the ground right now. And they brought some soil to fill in these big cement things that they've built, but not enough. So they're not full. And I don't know that they're going to be able to fill them high enough, honestly, to like replant the trees at the proper level that they're supposed to be planted at. I'm not sure why they didn't build up the things to the level that they were previously at. Anyways, I think the city cares about its trees and its beautification and its and all of that. So I hope that project is seen to completion in that regard. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, Judy Kerr. Judy's on mute.
Judy? I'll come back to her.
Okay, thank you. Next, it looks like David Danby.
Go ahead, Judy.
Hi.
Okay, Judy.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you've gotten Judy on. I had two comments. One is about the vaccines. I've noticed that the vaccines are, some of the places are going to be like grocery stores, like Safeway. The Safeway pharmacy is one of them. And I'm wondering about the possible reactions like anaphylaxis and how the stores are going to handle any kind of emergency situation if somebody has a really severe reaction to the vaccine unexpectedly. And so I'm just wondering how that gets worked out as they have some, like an EMT on call. I mean, I assume they have EpiPens, but what if the EpiPen isn't enough? So I'm just wondering, I just started wondering about that. Like I could see if you had it at a hospital or a doctor's office, you'd feel safer, but at a pharmacy, I'm just not sure, like, especially with this batch that they had in LA where there were a lot of severe reactions. I just was curious, the logistics. And the other part is that I got the email about the emergency that city manager was mentioning, the emergency information you can give the fire department. So I'm wondering if that information is also being given out physically rather than just online. And is there a piece of paper that people can fill out? And are you making sure so you're not just having people who have access to the internet or use the internet? And I did reply to the message, but I'm not actually sure it was a message that anybody was checking that mailbox. So I don't know if anybody got that was my question. Are we reaching out to everyone in the community so that everyone can fill out a form, even if they don't do it online? Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Judy?
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Nicole, for your report. I want to talk about the immunization and the Alameda County immunization enrollment process. It occurs to me that there are probably a number of people within the city, possibly seniors, possibly people without access to the internet, who might need assistance in that process of enrolling for their immunizations with Alameda County. And I'd like to gently suggest that the Albany Cares program, of which I'm a volunteer, could possibly be a resource for assisting people in enrolling in that online. I have actually worked on my local CERT neighborhood outreach to get people enrolled for vaccine, whether they have Kaiser, whether they have Sutter, whether they have Brown and Tolan, whether they are Alameda County. I'm trying to really be a cheerleader for immunizations, and I'd like to continue that process, possibly with the city's support through the Albany Cares program. So I'm just suggesting that as an alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
And that is it.
All right. Thank you, Ann. I'll bring it back to City Council. Does anyone have any comments, questions, concerns? No? Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Mr. Pinguello brought up somebody who's quite involved with the Albany Senior Center, and I didn't know him, I have to say, but I thought it would be useful to mention the individual's name. His name is Bill Decker. Thank you for letting us know, Jeremiah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Nicole, I did have one question about the Albany Community Program. It was nice to see. I did get an email, so I was happy to see that. But I guess I want, if you could just elaborate more on the ultimate goal of this program and how are we, taking next steps to get it to everyone to know about this program that's just rolled out.
Sure, I think the keywords there are just rolled out. So this is really us sending out the information, letting people know the program is available. And then, as we can pace ourselves through the pandemic, we will certainly have those alternative methods of outreach, and they are ongoing as best as possible as we balance the to-dos, the primary to-dos with the same staff at the senior center that are primarily focused right now on meal and service delivery. But that absolutely will be occurring, understanding that our population isn't all dialed into the internet.
Thank you, Nicole. Anyone else? All right, thank you, Nicole, for your report. And thank you for the public comments. Now, item 9, there's no presentation, and so we're going to item number 10, to public hearing. So as you see on the agenda, we have 2 public hearing items, and we're going to start with 10.1, and that is section 2100 procedures of the Albany Municipal Code. And so I will turn it over to staff for a report.
Sorry, Mayor, if you give me a minute.
Okay.
There we go. I was having trouble locating the staff.
Okay, thank you, Anne.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Hi. For everyone who doesn't know me, my name is Christopher Tan. I am the Associate Planner for the City of Albany. I process majority of the current planning applications and occasionally some code amendments, which is why I'm here before you tonight. So once again, before you tonight are the code amendments proposed for Section 2100 procedures of the Albany Municipal Code, introduced for first reading. I'll do a quick presentation, and if there are any questions at the end, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I might call on a couple of my colleagues to help assist as well. So just jumping right into it. For review this evening, the council will receive the part presentation on the proposed amendments to Section 2100, open public hearing and receive a comment, close the hearing and hold council discussion. And the recommended action for the council tonight is to introduce for first reading ordinance number 2021-01. Some background on why we're zoning code amendments. It's reviewed for compliance with this code routinely reveal parts of the code that require further clarification or modification, ambiguity within the code language, changes in common planning practices or regulations rendered out of date in general, prompt staff to initiate code amendments with the commission. And with respect to the shelter-in-place pandemic period, alternative accommodation result of the shelter-in-place, along with general ambiguity within the code, have highlighted areas for improvement for future application processing. And just a quick snapshot on the timeline that these proposed code amendments have gone through. On July 22nd of 2020 last year, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved Resolution Convention 2020-04, which initiated the code amendments for Section 2100. On October 28th, 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the proposed draft language and provided specific feedback to the city staff. The discussion was continued to a date certain of December 9th. And on December 9th, the commission reviewed Resolution 2020-05, which forwarded a recommendation to the council to amend 2100, and the vote was 4-1. Analysis. Section 2100 procedures of the Albany Municipal Code specifies common requirements for applications, procedures, and public hearings for multiple types of permits and the planning review process in general. There are three main specific subsections within Section 2100 that are proposed to be modified, and that's with respect to common permit procedures, design review, and amendments. Just really quickly how administrative review works in the city of Albany. All single-story additions, which are 400 square feet or less, are subject to administrative design review. This is a process where notices are sent out to property owners within a 300-foot radius of the subject site, which indicate the date, time, property address, project scope, and how to provide comments. If there are no concerns from neighbors, a notice of action is issued. If there are concerns or objections to the project at hand, the matter is immediately remanded to the commission for review. And with the commission, this provides a more formal setting to review the project scope and to have a greater discussion. With respect to common permit procedures within the code, pre-COVID, prior to COVID times, we would hold a public hearing in the City Hall lobby applicant and wait for any interested parties to discussion. During COVID times right now, a project notice is sent within 10 days in advance of the established date and time for interested parties to contact staff with concerns. If there are no concerns, the conditions of approval are issued, and the project is subject to a 14-day appeal period as always. If there are concerns received, again, the project is immediately scheduled for Planning and Zoning Commission review. A recent example of this was a 106 square foot addition at 844 Jackson. At this project, the adjacent neighbor had issues with the proposed project scope, and so we forwarded that to the Planning and Zoning Commission for a more formal review. that ultimately was approved. Additionally, under permit procedures and the contents within the public notice, we've clarified the code and separated it into two specific categories. One, Planning and Zoning Commission review, and within this, we changed the language to include the included language which specifies whether the public hearing is physical or if there's a virtual location of the public hearing and where that takes place. With respect to administrative review, and the proposed changes are to include only the date and time by which public comments are submitted, as the code is now proposed to omit the public hearing process for these types of projects, which are subject to administrative review. Common permit procedures for design review. The notice requirements for residential design reviews are as follows. We've removed the requirement to post notice on location of the project. It's proposed that we've further specified in the language where story pole requirements are triggered, and this is only for height increase of single family structures in residentially zoned neighborhoods, which constitute a new level to the home. We further clarified that story poles are required in all residential zoning districts. And for new construction projects, only 3D renderings are required to illustrate the proposed streetscape and provide context for the neighborhood. With respect to administrative design review, all design review projects will be publicly noticed still, though what is being proposed is that the formal public hearing component will no longer be required. With that, the associated language within the code needs to change to reflect that change in protocol. And within the last subsection, amendments section, which can be found in section 2100.070, it specifies that a, quote, resolution of intention is required to amend the zoning code. The adoption of the resolution of intention does require a dedicated public hearing, which does add time review process for code amendments in general. The modification proposed here is to amend that requirement for the resolution of the intention to help streamline public review / participation process for all future code amendments. And just to clarify, the City Council and the Planning and Zoning Commission will still retain the authority to initiate these code amendments, which is what is currently taking place today. Correspondence received. Through the process, staff has received 2 correspondences voicing concerns with the following: the public's posting on the subject, story pole height increases on feet or greater, the removal of the resolution of intention, minor formatting issues, and minor grammar modifications. As for next steps for first reading, if the ordinance is introduced for first reading this evening, it will be scheduled for second reading passed to print. If adopted, a summary of the ordinance will be, if adopted for a second reading, a summary of the ordinance will be published, and an ordinance will be posted at each of the city's posting locations, which include City Hall, the Community Center, Senior Center, and the city's website. The ordinance would then go into effect 30 days following adoption. And with that, staff recommends that the City Council introduce ordinance number 2021-1 for first reading, amending section 2100 procedures of the Albany Municipal Code. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to get any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. I'll bring it back to the council if you can unshare your screen so I can see. Thank you. All right, council members, now that you've heard the presentation, the report, do we have any questions? Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. I'm not sure why we wouldn't post on the property. So I finally just back into a question. Why would we not post on the property? It seems like that's a easy way for people just walking by to see that there's something going on and to make their comment if they so wish. Maybe somebody who's walking by in the neighborhood but isn't within the 300 feet. So I'm curious as to why that's taken out. And the same about the story poles. I'm not quite sure why we wouldn't want to have the story poles for the same reason. I was a little bit confused about the community development director granting or denying an application to me, that language was a little bit vague on CB. If you could clarify that a little bit.
Sure. To address your first question, at least in my time here, the procedure to post on site has not been in practice. And so the intent here was to change the code to match what actual practices were being done with the city to provide consistency, since we were going through the code changes already. So this was bundled in with the code changes. With respect to your second question, story polls are still being required. We are just at greater specificity, indicating that building height increases, which are 7 feet or greater in height, are subject to the story poll requirements as per the building code. A 7-foot increase is the legal ceiling height for a proper story to a home. We wanted to specify this because other building increases, such as roof pitch modification to accommodate a different roof type, such as moving from a flat roof to a gable roof, would not be subject to a story poll increase, because it doesn't necessarily mean that there would be an added level to the single family structure. And then your last question, remind me of your last question again, please.
How the community development director grants or denies applications. It just says by the close of day on a specific day, but it doesn't seem very clear to me in reading it, but maybe if I was doing the process, it would seem more clear. And also previously, if it wasn't approved within 30 days, it was deemed approved, right? And that seems to have been taken out.
That's correct. So more times than not, when processing these applications, the determination is really made on the spot or shortly after the hearing is held. So if there does seem to be a lot of controversy, then it's automatically bumped to the Planning and Zoning Commission for review. And if there's no real controversy, because more times than not, when we hold them in the lobby, but I would say honestly, 99% of the time we don't have any public participants, then we issue a notice of action, which includes the conditions of approval and indicates the appeal period. Also provides that extra leeway for public participation. So really in practice, the determination is made quite immediately, and the applicant is well informed, or the public, if a commission hearing is required for the project.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask one more question?
Of course, yeah.
Just one. The resolution of intention, do I understand that was basically a hearing to say that another hearing was coming, but there was nothing of substance in that hearing? Is there an option, if there's a major code change that you're considering, that you could have a resolution of intention hearing? Would there ever be a time you'd want to do that?
As the code is proposed before you tonight, that option would be removed. It's really a formality where we adopt that document in order to take the next steps. However, in the subsequent steps, there are public hearings held, and there's no reason why more public hearings cannot be required of the code amendment proposed. It could really just depend on the complexity of the code and the amount of complexity that's involved.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. Are there any other questions from the council? Vice Mayor Jordan?
How much would you estimate the notice of intention requirement slows down the process?
It really depends on our workload and whether or not a hearing is canceled, and also holidays. So it does have the potential to delay a code amendments pretty significantly. I think it's safe to say that we anticipated bringing this to a little bit earlier, but because of the amount of projects we had and other issues, and adopting the resolution of intention, it is before you at this date and time. However, what's proposed now is to, by eliminating that step, in theory, it could be code amendments could be adopted faster, or they could take just as long. It really just depends on the commission or council's review or the amount of public input on the matter at hand.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Anyone else? All right, we'll go into public comment. Let's see if there's any.
Hey, good evening, City Council. It's Jeremiah here. So this is the best topic we could talk about right now, because I've been having trouble with this Albany Municipal Code, all these procedures for so long. I mean, I've been trying to get the city school zones for over 10 years now. I mean, when are we going to get school zones to keep our city safe? I mean, every other city in the Bay Area has school zones. Talk about public safety, Councilmember McQuaid. Why don't you do a future agenda item and get school zones going? I mean, without school zones, we can't have any procedures to reduce the traffic speed around the schools. Every single school in Albany is 25 miles an hour. And we have preschools on our residential streets, and all residential streets are 25. So you got 25 miles an hour in front of our preschools, elementary, grammar schools, and high schools. The slowest speed in Albany is 25. So how do we change these procedures? You know, and the guy doing the presentation was speaking way too fast. You can't understand what he's saying half the time. And his microphone has terrible reception. You know, it's kind of if I were to grade that presentation, I give it a B+, because I just couldn't give it even an A-. You know, you got to speak clearly for the public. You got to get good microphones so the public can hear you. And if you're explaining something on something so important about this topic, you got to speak slowly so people have a chance to learn and understand what you're saying. You know, I know you're probably got 3 minutes or 5 minutes, or you feel rushed or in a hurry. I mean, I only got 3 minutes, but you don't have a time limit, you know? So it's like these procedures, and how are you going to post these publicly? You said the Albany City Hall. Well, nobody goes there anymore. You know, why don't you post them on every single big belly? You said you're going to post them in 3 locations: the Albany City Hall, the Senior Center, and one other place. That's not enough. I mean, I posted over 30 flyers for tonight's city council meeting at the post office, on Cornell and Solano. I even went up to the kiosk. Yeah, I saw your guys' thing up there in the locked kiosk. You had last week's up there. That's old. You know, the kiosk, you guys didn't even, I even put it on the welcome to Albany sign. So when you do these public notices and these procedures, if you're going to publicly notify people about public hearings and all these, put them on every single big belly. I mean, that's what I do. The one side is blank, and the city staff is not utilizing these resources. And I'm just so curious why. It's the information age, like Brian Beal says. You know, it's the information age, and we got to get the information to the people. And we have the big bellies, but you're just not using them. You know, is my time up, Ann?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Thanks for that. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. It looks like we have Edward Fields. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. And thank you, Councilmember McQuaid, for your comments. They echo many of my comments. We encourage transparency in city government, but these amendments take us in the opposite direction. I've previously written to the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding 3 of the specific amendments proposed here. And if you have not, I urge you to read my brief letter of October 25th, which is in your packet before you vote to approve these changes. If the city is not following the current procedures in the code, does that automatically mean we should eliminate those procedures? Maybe the correct action is for the city to begin to follow them. Regarding eliminating the posting requirement for residential design review, in neighboring cities, you often see a large yellow poster at a home, a business, or a vacant site informing those who pass by about proposed development and pending planning commission or council action. The required mailed notice only goes to immediate neighbors within 300 feet and often only to the owners of the property and not the tenants. These public notice boards are visible to anyone who walks or drives by to read them, and perhaps then they would share their views and opinions with the deciding body. Why doesn't Albany enforce the requirement for these visible notices? If a smaller project is not going to be decided by a public body but by staff, all the more reason for a visible public notice on the property, since it won't appear on the agenda of the commission. You've received another letter for tonight's meeting regarding the importance of the resolution of intention and also some technical issues. It's important that we correct any ambiguities in the code, not add to them. And I wanted to add two things regarding the notice of intention, the resolution of intention. A code amendment is not something that we want to rush into. It's something that we should afford extra public notice. I mean, that really is a good thing. And regarding the story poles, again, changing it creates more problems because someone can add a second story, but only increase the height of the building less than 7 feet. And that can be done by removing a very steeply pitched roof and going to a flat roof. So you have no story poles, and in effect, the owner of the property is adding a second story. So it was better before than it is now. There's less transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phils. Looks like we have one more, Doug Donaldson.
Yes, thank you. I'm a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission and was present at the meetings when we reviewed this, the amendments. I think they're generally fine, and we had good discussions about all of them and why we wanted to do them. The notice posting for design review has been in the code apparently for a long time, but it's never been utilized to my knowledge, and I've been around for a while. The commission thinks that the way we do notices right now with the postcards going out to everyone within 300 feet is completely adequate and serves us well. I do have a problem, and I did not support changing the notice of intention. I think that zoning code amendments should be kind of a big deal, taken quite seriously, and that it's worth having 2 meetings of the planning and zoning, 1 meeting to initiate it, get it started, talk about it, and have staff come back with the draft. So I think I'm not in favor of expediting that process. I think that in a way it makes it too easy, or I think it should be hard to amend the zoning code. So those are my thoughts on it. I guess it's up to you to decide what to do. The rest of the amendments, as far as I'm concerned, are just fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug Donaldson, for your comment. Anyone else? I think that's it. All right, I'll bring it back to council for discussion. Does council members have anything, any changes? Go ahead, Council Member Nason. No? Okay. So, Council Member Jordan.
I do have a few changes for consistency, but we did talk the policy piece a little more. So a question came up: do the notices that are sent out to residences within 300 feet of a proposed project doesn't go through design review, do those notices go to the actual residences, or do they go to the owner of the residence as listed, say, in the tax rolls? In which case, that might be somebody who owns the property and is renting it and doesn't actually live there, and the people who live there wouldn't receive the notice.
Ann Hirsch, Planning Manager. To answer your question, Vice Mayor Jordan, We do send the mailers both to the property owners and to the occupants of those properties. So we do a dual mailer with every design review application.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Anything else? No?
I'm also inclined not to get rid of the resolution of intention. I think these are fairly important matters, and if the first time the public is aware that, or the first time the public has opportunity to see that these matters are under consideration is with the publishing of the agenda, say for Planning and Zoning Commission, it might only be 3 or 4 days before the item is taken up, which leaves less time for research, really puts the public in a reactive mode. A lot of other processes and projects, like I could come more from the transportation world, they have a much longer lead time in terms of planning and design. So there's multiple opportunities for the public to engage. So I'm a little trepidatious about removing that feature. Curious what other council members think.
I'd like to just make a quick comment, if I may. With regards to the resolution of intention, as the code is currently drafted, it still leaves the authority for those initiations with the City Council and the Planning Commission. So there still is direction that is given to staff regarding any future amendments that would be initiated. I'd also like to point out that whenever we do a code amendment, it always takes at least 2 reviews to get it to a point where the commission feels comfortable forwarding it to the council. So there still is a level of scrutiny that goes into that. Even if we take out this step, that initial review could be a look at what is proposed. And then of course the commission can request modifications to be prepared and brought back, which is what typically happens when we do these code amendments.
Thank you, Anne, for the clarification. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so I understand that the City Council and Planning and Zoning Commission would have the authority to put a possible code amendment on their agenda to then discuss whether to have staff pursue that or not. But are there any cases where staff is the source or the initiator of a potential code amendment, and so that the first time it comes to a body is in the form of a public hearing?
We haven't had that up to this point because we have had the resolution of intention. But to give you an example, as you're probably aware, state law changes, particularly as it relates to density bonus and other housing related regulations. And so we've been in the process of updating that on a semi-regular basis, just so that our local regulations reflect what's current with state law. In my mind, that would be an example of something where we're just following good practices to be consistent with state regulations. A resolution of intention would slow down that process. And again, the commission can still require refinements if they, if they direct staff to do so.
Thank you, Anne. Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yeah, before my main comment, I just wanted to ask, I don't think we've gone over this, but Christopher mentioned in his presentation that in the time that he's been here, we haven't been posting at the site. Is there any particular reason for that, or just anything like that?
Yeah, so I've been with the city for close to 10 years. And in that 10-year window, we haven't done that. Part of it is there really isn't a good way to do it. I know when Jeff began working at the city, the onus was on the applicant to get that done. And there was often some timing issues that could then result in delays. It also adds cost for the applicant. So, we've just never really found a good process with which to implement that. And I don't mind saying this, even without that signage, people still find a way. They get their notice or they check our city's website. I think with the next item on your agenda, you're going to find that there's going to be a lot of public discussion. We didn't post a sign on that property, but we did do the 300-foot mailers as well as the posting in 3 places and the materials online.
Thank you. So my comment on this is I have a lot of trust in our city staff, and also from some firsthand experience and from a lot of people I know planning is almost by design onerous process. So anything we can do to make it easier for us to keep up, to streamline, to make our system better, if that means taking away the resolution of intent, I think that, if that's just adding time and not really making it so that more people get notice of anything and just adding a lot more staff time to what is already a very staff intensive process, then I have full confidence in our staff that that is necessary and that they can make it work.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Anyone else? All right, are we okay to move forward? Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
So I have some changes for consistency that I think might need to occur.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if I may, Mayor.
Okay.
So so I've tracked some changes in here, proposed changes. This section E, which is the first section of 2100-100, is titled Notice of Public Hearings, and that was to remain. However, the section further down in 3A concerns not a hearing, but a decision by the community development director outside of a hearing. So as a matter of consistency, this section now regards notices for public hearings at planning and zoning and for these administrative reviews, which are no longer hearings. So it would seem like that should be deleted, so that this is the title of this section regards the superset of notices that are described in this section. This is a question that came up with in some of the written public comment. I'm confused on the notice for administrative review says the time point at which public comments are due, or the deadline for public comments. It's not clear if when the decision is going to be made is right at the deadline, sometime after the deadline. It seems like it would be useful if the notice prescribed or provided to the public at the time when the decision will be made. And maybe it's a time window, but it seems like it should be, at least a day or two after the deadline for public comments. That was the intent of this proposed addition here, the following date and time at which the decision would be made. And maybe I'll pause there to ask for staff's reaction next, maybe misunderstanding how this notice is structured as explained.
Sure, I think that's a great point to point out. Greater detail could be included in there. Just from practice, it's like I said earlier in the presentation that it's really upon the date and time that a decision is made. Either the notice of action is issued, which indicates the approval and conditions of approval, or it gets bumped up to Planning and Zoning Commission. So it's usually a either or situation. There hasn't been a instance where the application is denied on the spot of that day. But to your point, greater detail could be added that, a decision will be made then and there at that date and time.
Yeah, my preference would be that the deadline for written comment submittal is 1 working day before when the decision is made. Because as was pointed out in some of the written public comment, if the decision is made right at that deadline, that does kind of call into question the integrity with which written comments that are submitted are actually considered.
Sure. And I think some of that, just to provide some clarity from staff point of view, is that when a project's taken to that point with respect to zoning code compliance, a project doesn't get to that point without being reviewed for compliance. So once it's at that stage, staff has deemed it compliant with the zoning code. So a determination by the community development director would have to be made based on some controversy with either a member of the public and or something more subjective, which would need to go to the commission for further review. So I guess that's kind of where we're coming from in that regard, but point taken.
Going down to this next section, there's kind of a repetition of material from the noticing section in this section. And in general, I try to eliminate redundancy, because when you have redundant sections, if you know, in time you may change one, not change the other, and they get out of sync. So my proposal was to, delete most of this and simply refer back to the noticing section that is germane, which I think is parallel to, I think it was a parallel construction to somewhere else. But anyway, that was my proposal, was to eliminate that redundancy. And that might be what I had. Yeah, so those changes are what I propose for clarity and a little more transparency in terms of when the decisions can be made and the public comment is considered.
We can make those changes, and I'll leave it up to the council whether if the full council moves, if you want that to come back for first reading again, or if you would feel comfortable with that in a second reading.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. So would we feel comfortable with the changes moving forward, or what would you recommend? You all agree? Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the changes being made and then coming back for second reading.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and do I have a motion? Councilmember Tiedemann?
Motion to
I'm sorry,
continue.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Tiedemann.
Motion to continue the resolution with the amendments suggested by Vice Mayor Jordan.
I'll second.
Second, Vice Mayor Jordan, all right. And we'll go ahead and do a roll call.
Councilmember McQuaid,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
and Mayor Gary.
Yes, thank you, Anne. All right, we are moving right along to public hearing item 10-2. And we'll go ahead and hear from the staff report first. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jordan.
All right.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Quite all right. There's a lot to keep track of. I need to recuse myself because the property that I own, co-own and occupy with my wife is within a near distance to this project. So I will be recusing myself from this discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan, for the reminder. We'll go ahead and remove you, and then we'll have the staff report.
Good evening again.
Hold on 1 second. I don't think Vice Mayor
What's
Jordan.
that?
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So before you tonight is a proposal for a new 14-unit apartment building at 423 Evelyn. Our consultant, Jean Iceberg from Lexington Planning, who you see from time to time, prepare the staff report, will be providing the project presentation for you tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Again, I'm Jean Iceberg presenting 423 Evelyn Avenue. This is a public hearing. Let me just try to make this a little bit bigger. Just give me a minute, please. Okay. So 423 Evelyn is located between the Albany Greenway and Evelyn Avenue, just north of Brighton Avenue. It has a general plan designation of high density residential, R3 zoning, a lot size of 9,325 square feet. There's a 2-story, 4-unit structure at the front of the site on the western half, built in 1960. And you're seeing this project because based on the municipal code, the city council is responsible for reviewing state density bonus law projects, of which this project is one. There are a number of legal nonconformities to the site. The most central one is that it's nonconforming with respect to lot width. It's a 37.5-foot lot width where 50 feet is standard. And that leads to a lot of challenges in terms of circulation for the site. It's also non-conforming with respect to the front setback and this northern setback, which is just 3 feet. It's non-conforming with respect to the front daylight plane, the parking backup distance that's currently provided in the parking area of the site, as well as in terms of bike parking and open space. Looking at a few photos of the site, here we're looking east. This is the existing 4-unit building. This building is currently only occupied by one sitting tenant. The parking in the rear has been leased separately from the units to date. Currently, that one sitting tenant does not own a car and does not lease parking. The rear of that building, you can see the vacant space on the site, and that's where the proposed new building is proposed. Looking west onto the site, on the left, you're seeing the back of that existing building that would remain. And then looking from Albany Greenway across the chain link fence and these shrubs, you can kind of see into the site. So this project has evolved over the past 7 months or so since the preliminary application was proposed. And so what you're seeing on top is the study session version of the plans that the Planning Commission reviewed last summer. And when staff received the project, we spent some time with the applicant reviewing options for parking, which is the element of the project that was most inconsistent at the start. So the way it is now, there's an existing building and 6 parking spaces that are configured oriented north to south. And that's where the parking backup distance was an issue. We explored with the applicant blowing out the back of the existing building, in order to increase the unit count on the site. Explored with them looking at a townhome style project, circulation and parking in the back. They also looked at providing podium parking, which you might see as more of a standard building typology in Albany, but also in Berkeley and El Cerrito. We see these a lot. But the issue is that with a podium parking design, there are structural columns needed that just can't fit on this narrow lot. You can't make the circulation work and the backup and spacing work with a podium. So what the applicant came up with is this design you're seeing up top. They took the existing 6 parking spaces, rotated them to create a more compliant parking backup dimension, and then placed the new proposed units on the back. What we're showing you tonight, and what the Planning Commission reviewed in December, is this project on the bottom here. So the feedback that was given from the Planning Commission in during the study session was that the site plan up here caused a few issues. One, you have a shared vehicular driveway that's serving both vehicles, pedestrians, and bikes entering the site. 2, when the bikes and pedestrians are entering the site, there ends up being potential safety conflicts with the vehicles in the center of the site pulling in and out. And then just from a visual, more aesthetic standpoint, as people are entering the lobby, we have a lobby that's offset. There's not a lot of presence to the building because it's fronted with parking. So when working with the Planning Commission, there was a suggestion to try to reduce the number of waivers and concessions proposed and think about different ways to orient the project. So what you're seeing before you tonight is a removal of the existing parking, no parking proposed in the new building, and instead this open space courtyard between the 2 buildings that would be serving both the existing building and the new building. The driveway has been redesigned. Instead of providing vehicular access, this driveway would be a pedestrian and bicycle accessway. Likewise, bikes and peds could access through a secure gate at the rear eastern end of the site, which leads you to the Albany Greenway. The other aspect of this proposal that you're seeing now is an increase in the amount of open space provided, both common and private, and a compliant rear yard setback here. That's a little bit about the evolution of the project. Just looking at the proposed project as a whole, the proposal is to retain that front building, those 4 units, and to build 14 multifamily units in a 4-story walk-up at the rear of the site. And so that would be a total of 18 units on the site. This includes 2 below market rate units, 1 very low income unit serving households up to 50% of area median income, and 1 low income unit up to 80% of area median income. As I mentioned, the project proposes to remove the existing parking lot, so no vehicle parking is proposed for either portion of either building on the site, redesigning that driveway, creating a common open space between the buildings, and providing common access to the Albany Greenway via the side yard gate. 35 protected bike parking spaces are proposed where 14 are required. This includes 3 spaces for long tail bikes, such as cargo bikes, and this would serve tenants of both buildings. And so the draft conditions require that there would be 24/7 access for the front building, probably in the form of a key or a key fob to enter this bike room in the rear building. In terms of open space, the open space is being met on the ground floor through this courtyard open space in blue, showing the common open space, and balcony space on the upper stories at the east and west wings, and ground floor space for the 2 units on the ground floor in the form of these patios. There is a new open space provided for the front unit. This would serve the lower rear unit of that existing building. That's not counting towards the usable open space requirement, since we only calculate that off the back half of the building. The interior units, these units here that have a corridor on the north side and only have window access on the south side, those units just have Juliet balconies proposed there. The building materials are 3 different colors of dark brown stucco, wood fencing, metal siding and cornice and window trim details, and decorative metal railing balconies. And you can see the elevation looking from Evelyn and looking from Brighton, although there are homes in front of this, so you wouldn't actually see this elevation from the street. The landscape plan is a mix of hardscape and landscape, and additional plantings at the front of the building, in that shared patio, along the redesigned driveway, and then at the rear of the property to provide some privacy to the Albany Greenway. So I mentioned this is a state density bonus project, and what that means is that the applicant has calculated, and what you see in the plan set is a base project. And so under state density bonus law, the base project allows the applicant to achieve a density up to 63 units an acre, which is the density that is allowed under the R3 district in the city's code. Because they are providing at least 10% of the units at very low income rates, they are eligible for a 32.5% density bonus. And so this allows them to provide those additional 4 units on the site, bringing the total site count to 18 units. Now, separately from that, the City of Albany has an inclusionary housing requirement, and this requires that 15% of the base project, the 10-unit project, are affordable. And so this calculates to 1.5 units. The city's code requires that we round up, and so we have 2 inclusionary units getting generated by this project, and the city's code requires that those are split between the very low and the low income units. The applicant is proposing one bedroom low income unit, so that's the up to 80% of AMI, and 1 2-bedroom very low income unit up to 50% of AMI. There is an affordable housing agreement attached to the staff report, and that's a part of the proposed action tonight, and that stipulates some details about the process in terms of eligibility, affordable rents, which are set at about 30% of those area median income levels. And it also talks about the unit mix. So you can see here the total number of units at the project site, at the proposed building, are 3 1-bedroom units and 11 2-bedroom units. The city's municipal code, in terms of inclusionary, requires that states that to the extent feasible, there should be a similar unit bedroom mix among the inclusionary units as in the total project. And so here you can see as a project as a whole, we have more 2 bedrooms, but the applicant is proposing to evenly split those between 1 and 2 beds. The applicant's proposing 3 waivers. As you may recall, under state density bonus law, waivers are modifications to development standards that would physically preclude the construction of the affordable units or project amenities associated with those units. There are an unlimited number of waivers that an applicant can request. In this case, they're requesting 3. So first, an increase in the building height and number of stories in the project from 35 feet to 45.9, an increase in the floor area ratio from 1.5 to 1.8, and reducing the existing parking, and that's the parking serving the existing building that would remain, from 6 to 0 units. And this relates to the non-conforming ordinance in the city's code, which states that when a structure is being added to or enlarged, it cannot create a greater degree of nonconformity with respect to the requirements of the district. So in this case, we're talking about the parking requirement. In terms of concessions, the project based on its affordability is eligible for 2 concessions. And concessions are modifications to standards that result in actual cost reductions. The first concession request is to reduce the parking requirement for the new building from 14 spaces to 0 spaces. The second request is to reduce the open space requirement from 2,800 square feet to just over 2,400 square feet. This site is listed as a housing element opportunity site in the current housing element that the city had certified. And so this housing element identified a realistic capacity of 9 units, the existing 4 units plus the additional 5 units. So this is notable because 1, the city has had a number of changes in regulations since the time the housing element was approved, including a reduction in parking requirements. But there were some questions about this at the Planning Commission. Although the realistic capacity is set at 9 units, first of all, the project does meet and exceed that requirement as proposed. But in addition, this is not to say that only 9 units can be permitted on the site. This is a realistic capacity based on the lot width, the expectations done at the time based on the regulations that were in place during the housing element evaluation. But as I mentioned, the allowable density on the site is 63 units an acre, and under state density bonus law, that's what the applicant is eligible to provide on the site in terms of the base project before the density bonus is applied. This project is covered by the Housing Accountability Act. Just wanted to briefly mention what that Housing Accountability Act says. So under state law, a project that is compliant with the Housing Accountability Act, as a local government may not deny, reduce the density of such a project, or make it infeasible when it's consistent with objective development standards. So in this case, the project is compliant. It's a housing development project as defined under state law. It meets the city's objective standards as modified through waivers and concessions. So in order to reject the project or to reduce its density, the onus is on the city to provide evidence the project would have a significant, unavoidable, and quantifiable impact on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions. So as I mentioned, in terms of policy consistency, as modified by those waivers and concessions, including the legal non-conforming elements, the project is compliant with objective standards. We received a few different public comments, which are included in your packet, and we can go through those if you have questions. As I mentioned, the Planning Commission reviewed a preliminary application, different design as I showed during a study session in June, and then on a 4-to-1 vote, voted to approve the revised application in December, recommending that the City Council approve the entitlement. So staff recommendation is to review the project and adopt the resolution 2021-07 recommending approval of the project entitlements, including design review, density bonus, and the affordable housing agreement. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have Isaiah Stackhouse representing the applicant on the line with a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean, for the presentation you presented. So I'll open it up for questions. I have one question. So the redesigning the driveway, would it alleviate any future traffic congestion?
The proposal right now is to keep the curb cut as is. So the curb cut would still exist. So in terms of traffic congestion, or it wouldn't add any new on-street parking. It's hard to say in terms of traffic per se. Now, this is a project that is proposing no parking. Does that mean that every tenant on the site would not have a car? No, it's possible that there would be tenants that would park on the street and therefore generate trips. But a project of this small size, based on the location, the availability of the Albany Greenway, walkable location near BART, near transit, based on our review, and we have this attached in the CEQA analysis, is not expected to generate significant amounts of traffic.
Okay. If you can,
does that answer your question?
It does. If you can stop sharing your screen so I can see everyone else on the screen. Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? So I guess my next question, you showed a design where the first it did have parking, and then you showed like 2 entryways for bikes to come in on the Lonely Trail, and then another, I think it was like through a driveway. Is that correct? And so if we replace that with parking, I guess I'm kind of figure out there's 2 entry paths. Why would we take the parking out if there's 2 ways for the bike path, people that have bikes to get in? And I understand the concern. I mean, you voiced that as far as, safety concerns, but also I'm looking at the possible tenants that will live in there that don't have those options to, either, mobility issues, to, use mass transit or even bicycles. So I'm just trying to get a clear understanding on that.
Sure, and maybe I'll just share the screen one more time so I can go back to that site plan. You're correct that there is access off of the Albany Greenway for bikes and pedestrians. And so that would happen in either of these site plans we're showing here. However, if the parking is still here, the bikes and pedestrians would still need to cross through this driveway to get around the lobby. I suppose it's possible it could get flipped and the lobby entrance could be over here, but it's the intention that having it down here was that it was a wider space. So the proposal is to have bikes and peds enter off of Evelyn Avenue, the public right-of-way, and access the site and pass the open space here.
Okay.
Mayor,
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Thank you. So you mentioned that the Housing Accountability Act means these concessions have to be approved by the local authority. What does that mean for us? And it does in essence mean we can't reject this resolution?
Well, in order to reject the resolution, you would need to make the findings under state law. And so those are the preponderance of evidence around health and safety, et cetera. In terms of the waivers, you would need to find that they did not physically preclude the construction of the affordable units, including their project amenities. In terms of the concessions, the open space concession, you would need to identify how that didn't result in an actual cost reduction. Just to explain that one further, under the base project, the proposal is to put the open space on the roof. And so the applicant has stated that that is at some expense, and so has chosen to put open space elsewhere in the project, but not on the roof, and asked for that concession. In terms of the concession request for the inclusionary housing requirements, there is more discretion there. So under the city's code, as I mentioned, the bedroom mix is supposed to be consistent with the project overall to the extent feasible. Right now, we have 3 one-bedrooms proposed in the project, 11 two-bedroom units, but an inclusionary mix that's 1 and 1, 1 one-bedroom, 1 two-bedroom. And so they're, as stated in the staff report, there's more discretion there to meet that city standard.
Thank you. And a follow-up to that, do we have any information from the developer on whether the 1-bedroom unit and the 2-bedroom unit were chosen to make this cost out? So if we wanted to have both of the affordable units be 2-bedroom, would that harm the bottom line for this project?
I would suggest that we ask the applicant that. I can go back and look at their applicant statement while we're talking and see if there's any specific language about the cost reduction on that. But I think we may want to ask the applicant.
Do we have a representative of the applicant here to answer questions?
Yes, we do, and they do have a presentation if you want to hear the presentation first.
Well, before we do, does any other council members have any questions?
I have more on this vein.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, and I'll get Councilmember McCoy. Councilmember Chin, go ahead.
Thank you. So to follow up on the Housing Accountability Act and our authority, this is a general question to staff. If we were to reject this, I just want to spell out what might happen. Would it be possible for us to be under legal threat if we rejected this, and how would this affect our implementation of our next housing element?
Maybe I'll jump in, Jeannie, on the legal threat, and you can jump in on the housing element, if that makes sense in terms of dividing the response. Yes, if we didn't make the appropriate findings supported by substantial evidence in the record, and even if we did make the appropriate findings, we would likely be subject to legal threats of litigation or a lawsuit. These statutes, whether it be the Housing Accountability Act or density bonus law, are really truly to benefit the building of affordable housing. And so it makes it very difficult for cities to make any of the findings that were just discussed, whether it means to make findings in order to deny the concessions that were requested, or findings to deny the waivers that were requested, and last but not least, findings to just deny the project as a whole. So it is become incredibly challenging to do any of the following without being successfully sued. And if we are successfully sued, the penalties are pretty stiff. So it's not just potentially losing and receiving, the other party receiving attorney's fees. If you don't properly approve the project, there can be expensive fines associated with it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Cheatham. Councilmember McQuaid, or Jean, did you want to add to that, or Ann?
I was just going to respond to part 2 of the question about the housing element implications, and I may ask Ann Hirsch to weigh in if I missed something. But part of the contribution for this project to the housing element depends on when it actually gets built. Whether it counts towards the current regional housing needs assessment period versus counting towards the next regional housing needs assessment for the next housing element. So I think if it gets completed, maybe Ann knows off the top of her head, but maybe by the end of 2022, it would count towards this RHNA period and the current housing element.
That's correct. And in this case, because it is a housing element opportunity site as part of the certified element, the expectation is that some level of development would have to be supported as part of that project status, property status.
Okay. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Ed. Councilmember McQuaid?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I think maybe Councilmember Tiedemann wasn't quite finished. Aaron, you want to go ahead? You're done? Okay. Didn't want to step on you. I'm a little bit, excuse me, confused about the affordable units. On this page 5 of the staff report, it mentions that the units must be rented to houses at rent level no more than 30% of area median income, which is extremely low income. But that's not what we're doing. And I'm just confused as to why there's a discrepancy there.
So the affordable rent levels are set at the cost burden, which is 30% of income, your income threshold. So whether you're at, it's 30% of the 50% or 30% of the 80%.
I'm sorry, would you say that again? I'm sorry.
Let's say your income was $10,000 a month, your rent level set at 30% of that, maximum 30% of that, so $3,000 a month. So it's 30% of the 60% of AMI or 30% of the 80% of AMI.
Thank you. I understand that now. And so I have some questions just about the building itself. Do the apartments go north to south across the entire building?
Some of the apartments do on the western and eastern wings, but there's a corridor on the north side of the building. And so the interior units only have south-facing windows. The two units on each floor in the middle of the building only face south.
When I looked at the staff report, or the part of the report that had the drawings of the building from all different angles, the first thing I saw when I looked at the north side was that it reminded me of the Oakland jail, both in color and in the way the windows are long and narrow. So I was wondering if the windows couldn't be larger and opaque so that there's not a sight problem, but just to make the building look a little friendlier. And is it possible to have a lighter palette? It seems like the building's awfully dark. And one of the problems is it seems like it's sort of towering over the buildings next to it. And if it's also a dark building, it takes away even more light. There's no reflected light. So perhaps we could look at that. What is the fire department access to the rear building?
So starting with the first questions, we heard similar comments from the Planning Commission about the paint colors. We haven't included that as a condition, but if the council feels like the color palette should be lighter, maybe that's something we can add. We do have color brush outs identified as a condition of approval, since no one's gotten to see the colors and materials board in person, just to provide that opportunity. So we could expand that condition if desired. In terms of the window placement on the north wall, that was revised between the study session and the public hearing with the Planning Commission. They had a similar comment to make both from the interior experience, the corridor experience, better in terms of having more light in. So maybe that's something we can broach with the applicant. There is a 5-foot setback to the north property line, and the building to the north has a similar setback to the south. So it is a tight condition there. And so we do need to be cognizant of building code requirements about openings and things like that. But I think that's something we can raise with the applicant. Third question was fire access. The fire department reviewed the preliminary proposals here and said that those corridors at the ground level on the north and south were adequate in terms of their fire access, and they will review the project again when we get to the building permit stage.
So they would be able to drive their truck down that walkway, is that what they're saying?
So what they would do is they would stage from the street. They have a 20-foot fire line. In their review of it, they felt comfortable that they would be able to stage from the street. It's also worth noting the building, because it is new construction, would also be fire sprinklered.
Okay.
And yeah, just to be clear, they can't enter that driveway. There's a balcony that cantilevers over the driveway, so that fire truck cannot get in there today even.
Okay.
The fire department did note that they can bring their hoses up Albany Greenway if necessary.
And do they have enough ambulance access if would they just stay on the street and go in with a gurney from there?
We didn't talk about ambulance access per se, but again, they didn't raise any issues in terms of emergency access at that preliminary stage, but we'll be looking at this again as part of the standard review process when the project got to the building permit stage.
Okay, thank you. Are there any safety concerns with the gate opening up onto the greenway? Is it going to be a locked gate for residents only, or how does that piece work?
The gate would need to be locked for residents only. This may be a question for the applicant as well, but the intention is that it would only be a gate for residents only, that you would need some kind of key fob, and again, that this would be accessible to the front units and the rear units. That said, I don't think there's any other gate proposed on the west side of the building. And so, no, excuse me, let me correct myself. There is a locked gate at what is currently the driveway. And so in order to enter the back half of the site, there's a key fob access there. So the site is fenced and secure, intended for occupants only.
I have a couple of questions about the trees. I noticed that there's a lot of trees, or several trees sort of overhanging, and I read the arborist report, and I just want to be sure that we don't somehow damage those trees. They look like beautiful old trees, and it seems like that's possible, but I just kind of want to put a call out that we need to protect the trees of the neighbors. And just on
go ahead.
I was just going to say, on a personal note, I'm concerned about the ginkgo tree. I have one, and my neighbor has one. They have the worst smell ever. And they drop those little pods everywhere and make a big mess. So I'm wondering if that's really the best tree. Just, And actually, if I can ask this one more question right now is, will this building be an electric building, or will there be natural gas?
I don't know the answer to that. We can ask the applicant to clarify electric versus gas. We can also provide them the feedback about the ginkgo tree. In terms of the tree protection of the trees that are off-site, there are no trees on site of a size that the city regulates. We have created 2 conditions of approval in the draft conditions. The first one is condition of approval 20, to have a tree protection plan for off-site trees within 20 feet of the area proposed to be modified. As Councilmember McQuaid stated, there are some mature trees very close to the property line. So this would require tree protection fencing below the drip line of those trees, call out notes on the plans identifying trees that require pruning, instructions for irrigation, avoiding compaction during construction, and some specific instructions for maintaining the redwood tree on the south side of the site on the adjacent property. And then we have tree protection measures called out during construction management, observation, inspection of the site to make sure those tree protections are in place during the time of construction, requirements for pruning and cutting, because there will need to be some pruning of some of those trees that extend over the property line where the building footprint and the building mass is proposed. And so just making sure that the pruning is conducted by a certified arborist, that the property owner is notified at least 2 weeks in advance of that happening, and then identifying that any trees that are damaged or destroyed need to be replaced in an equivalent ratio. So those are not standard conditions that the city applies, but conditions that we propose to apply in this case.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions right now, but I will have some comments, especially about the parking at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. Anyone else before we go to public comments? Councilmember Nason.
Thank you. About the ginkgo tree, My understanding is that female ginkgo trees are no longer permitted because of the stink, but that people can still put in male ginkgo trees. Did I misunderstand that? Does anybody know?
I think that's right.
Yeah.
That is the difference between the two genders of the tree, if you will.
Yeah.
One has some unpleasant odor, and the other one does not.
So we would only have a non-stinky ginkgo, I hope. The other question is, if a person moves in who is handicapped and relies on a car for their transportation, do they have the ability to get a blue curb spot?
I believe that they would. An application could be filed with the city that would then be taken to the Transportation Commission for a blue curb on the street, and it would go through the regular process.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Any other questions from the council? Okay, so we'll open it up for public comment. Same, and before you do, it seems like we have a few public comments, so I'm going to reduce the time to 2 minutes.
Do we allow to clarify, and maybe Anne is going to say the same thing. Do we allow the applicant to give their presentation
That's
first?
what I was going to say.
First, okay.
The applicant presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
He's already in. Isaiah?
Isaiah, can you hold off until we get the applicant's presentation, and then we'll bring you back in?
No, that is the applicant.
Oh, I didn't know, because I don't see him. That's why.
Yeah, hi.
He's in 2 spots.
I just brought in the wrong one of him. I guess he has 2 on here.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see. Should we walk through the presentation and then take questions after? Can we do that? Jean, are you starting the?
Yes, I'm going to start your presentation. Just give me 1 minute. Okay.
Okay, so good evening. Nice to be here with you tonight to look at our project on Evelyn Street. My name is Isaiah Stackhouse of Trachtenberg Architects, and with us we have David Trachtenberg and Eric Tam. Sue Oda is our landscape architect, and the owners Dorothea and Kevin Kaz. Next slide. It's a great site here, walking distance to BART, half a block to groceries and services, and backs right up to the bike trail on the Albany Greenway. Next slide. As we talked about, it's listed as a housing opportunity site, but there's a reason it's been vacant and underutilized for a very long time. It's long and narrow, and it has proven to be, challenging and to take some creative thinking to develop the site. Next slide. So as we looked at earlier, the site is 8'6", too narrow to get perpendicular parking. Just below that, there's a diagram of sort of the maximum parking you could get in a garage, which is only 4 spaces if we were to try to do that. And then off to the right is, it would be technically sort of architecturally possible to do an underground parking system, but it would cost millions of dollars, and it would require underpinning the neighbors' foundations. It would just be hugely expensive. Next slide. So our original scheme for our study session, we did have a minimal number of parking spaces, but it really came at the detriment of many aspects of the project. All of the open area of the site was paved over. All but one of the units entered from the front with a driveway conflict where cars could be coming out as people were coming in. All but 2 units had no access to any on-site open space whatsoever. A rear yard waiver was required. The stairs in the building had to be very narrow, and minimal bike parking was fitting, with much of it located outdoors and unsecured. And so, given the challenges of this unusually long and narrow site, we asked ourselves two key questions. You know, one, in this housing crisis, should we still build housing for people on a site where it's not feasible to also house an equal number of cars? And two, are there at least 18 households in the Bay Area that are car-free who would be happy to live in the proposed project, which is close to BART and public transit, next to a bike trail, and only half a block to groceries and services? So we believe that the answer to both of these questions is emphatically yes. So we took a few months to reevaluate and came up with an adjusted concept to really design the project to house people well, even though it's not feasible to house an equal number of cars. So next slide. So here's the new site plan approved by the commission last month, which has a shared central garden that greatly improves the project. So the previous pedestrian conflict is now replaced with a welcoming entry garden. The paved over site is now replaced with a central garden and open space, and where 16 of the 18 units previously had no open space, now all the units in the project in both the front and the new building have access to this well-landscaped central courtyard. The excessive waiver for the rear yard is no longer needed. The tight indoor parking, bike parking is now more than doubled to 35 spaces, including cargo bikes. The narrow stairways are now wider and more generous. And as noted, we've added balconies and Juliet balconies. Next slide. Balconies at the front and back where the code allows, Juliets at the sides, and the widened stairs. Next slide. Here is an axon where you can see the garden in the middle. Next slide. View from the street. And next slide. Here's a close-up of the entry garden, and you can see how narrow this is and how if cars were coming in and out, there's no room for people to be coming in and out at the same time. Next slide. Here's a detail of the interior of the courtyard with the front door. Next slide. Plan view covered quite well. Indoor-outdoor connection with the lobby and the garden. You can see the larger bike room there. Next slide. Elevations, covered these. Next slide. Front and rear elevations with the balconies, and next slide. Rich material palette with high quality materials, integral colored hand troweled stucco, decorative metal screens. Next slide. And a well-detailed building with recessed windows with true heads and sills, a building that's really designed to stand the test of time and be well built. Next slide. And thank you, that concludes our presentation. But we have very happy to answer the previous questions either now or whenever is appropriate.
Thank you, Isaiah, for the presentation. So what I would like to do before we, unless council, if you have any questions, let's open up for some public comments to bring it back and kind of go back and forth a little bit. I know there's been public hands up, so we just want to hear from the public and reduce it down to 2 minutes instead of 3.
Hi, good evening. This is Jeremiah. I'm wondering if the city has any policies, maybe Preston Jordan, you're really good at this. And that's what I really like about you. Has the city have any policies created on any parking requirements? Because, right, how many parking spaces are available? 0? I mean, what about a handicapped person or ADA person? They're not going to be able to park anywhere, you know. And do these units actually fall underneath the Albany housing requirement that we have to get every year? I mean, are they family housing? Are you going to turn these to condos? I mean, there's condos next door. It looked like on your Google map thing. Are you going to start selling these as condos after you get this approved? And you said, oh, it costs millions of dollars for the garage. That was a nice fast one. Why don't you state your facts? How many millions? Because you're just making it sound like it's going to cost too much. How many millions are you talking about? You just said it's going to take millions of dollars. State your facts. Give an actual price. 1.4 million, 1.7 million. Like, where are your facts? There's so many things that are so vague in this presentation. You know, I mean, what about the parking? You're gonna, I know if you build a new house or something in some places, the first thing you got to build is a 2-car garage. If you don't build a 2-car garage, you can't build a house. You got to have parking. And what about, is there even an elevator in this building? I mean, where are people going to park? Really? And how many millions are you talking about for people to park? State your facts.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. Next attendee.
Go ahead, Stuart.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my comment. I would refer you to Commissioner Donaldson's letter that was included in the package. I feel that all of you should read that. It is extraordinarily important. I live right next door at 417 Evelyn Avenue on the first floor, unit 105. All the central units face south. When they build that building and there's only 3 feet between us, we will have no sun access. All our windows face south. We will have no privacy. We will have no sun, okay? All that's going to be blocked out by a 4-story building. A lot of these apartments in this new building are going to be 2 bedrooms. You tell me what family is not going to need a car. Everybody in our building who has a 2-bedroom unit has a car. In fact, they have 2 cars. This is a congested parking area as it is. We have a school where the teachers have to park on the sidewalks. So where's the parking going to happen? It's ludicrous to think that these people are not going to need a car. Families need a car. There's no elevator in the building. If you become handicapped, how are you going to get out of the building? We have some older people here. If it wasn't for the elevator, they couldn't get around. Totally unthought of. Okay, I'm 70 years old. I've been living here for 16 years. If I suddenly get handicapped and need to get out, like I break my leg or something, and one of my patients have told me this, how would I get out of my apartment? I couldn't get down the stairs. So somebody would have to carry me down every single time I needed to go to a doctor? No, it's not realistic. It's totally unrealistic. Thank you for taking the time. I'm sorry to go over. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you for your comment.
Go ahead,
Next
Nick.
attendee.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for having me. My name is Nick Peterson. I'm on the Climate Action Committee with the City of Albany. I'm also a resident of Albany, have been for last many years, and am a member of the Albany Climate Action Coalition. We're looking to a future where we can't build our lives around vehicles. And if we are going to have a denser, more human-based, pedestrian-oriented city, the areas where this is most achievable are the ones that are fronting on amenities like a park, like a shopping center that has walkable access to stores and supplies, and then also the adjacent greenway, which has a bike path, and then BART just a hop, skip, and a jumping away. I sympathize with people who are bringing up the parking issue. One thing to realize is that this building currently, the entire property, the way I understand it, has one occupant. And then they're going to build this new structure, and all new occupants who come and look at it will know it has no parking. If they want to live in a place where they have parking, then they can go and rent a place that has parking. But we need places for people that don't build their lives around cars, and the right place to do it is where this is located. The challenge of the narrow lot is a problem, and I agree with the comments about lightening up the color of the building to allow the light to bounce down and be more evident in the lower levels. But this is the kind of project Albany does need. It's in the right place, it takes the right approach, and it's not centered on autos. So I highly support this project.
Thank you, Nick.
Am I Clay speaking?
Yes, please go ahead.
A comment. I think reducing it from 3 minutes to 2 minutes is ridiculous. We spent 2 minutes talking about ginkgo trees and smelly females. I sent an email expressing my concerns regarding this issue, and I didn't add my name, so the city staff apparently assumed that I wanted to remain anonymous. I think my email was self-explanatory. I don't think the city has the authority to eliminate required parking for an existing unchanged building. I don't think this qualifies as a waiver. One of the requirements is a waiver. It has to be applied to a development standard that physically precludes the development. The applicant submitted the same 14-unit project with the parking. But I just say, I believe I explained everything to my satisfaction, at least in the email. I do think that the council should seek a specific opinion and perhaps a greater explanation of how this waiver is being applied. Again, the waiver for the existing parking from the city attorney. I would use my limited time left to just, I'd like to comment on Doug Donaldson's letter. I think it was very good. I think what he was doing there was a base density study. He made the same comments at the meetings, but they were never taken up by the commission members, and the city staff ignored them completely. Again, running out of time. So I would like the city staff to explain the base density study, and at the very least explain, because they use this very simple-minded approach. They took the 63 units per acre and the approximate 0.2 acres, but they ended up with 13.48 additional units, and they rounded that up to 14 units. I'm a scientist, and I don't know of any, unless you do some kind of serial rounding, I don't know of any justification, any standard rule that would allow you would lead to rounding 13.48 to 14.
Thank you, Clay, for your response.
Go ahead, Romero. Romero? I'll come back to you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Ann.
Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, thank you. I am Nick Pilch. I'm an Albany Planning and Zoning Commissioner, not representing the commission. However, I think it's interesting that these density bonus projects have to come to the council. You might want to think about changing that in the future. It's another barrier to development. You don't seem to have many options. And if we're successful in getting more housing, you might not have the time to review them all. The northern part of Albany is perfect for developments with no parking. There's El Cerrito Plaza right there, and other El Cerrito businesses in close proximity. San Pablo and Solano Avenue are in walking distance away, as well as their bus routes are in walking distance, and so is El Cerrito BART. In terms of the ginkgo, yes, the male trees are wonderful. I support those. It's fantastic that we're getting some housing. I support this project. I think this proposal is clever in terms of making the most of this lot. It's a little taller than the surrounding buildings, but it's not like we have a 10-story tower here. I think it's in keeping with the neighborhood. I think Councilmember McQuaid's comments are good in terms of the color and the windows, and I support those. And the question about electrification, in fact, to the developer or to the applicant, it could be cheaper for the project to not have to support natural gas. Checking my time here. Oh, good, I have time. I will note that the waivers and concession are given by right, or that might not be the right phrase to use, but by state law, the applicant can have these waivers and concessions, and the only way the city can reject is if they're willing to approve the preponderance of evidence that the project would have a significant, unavoidable, and quantifiable impact on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions. I don't think you're going to find this here. I think you're going to have to approve the project or risk litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for your comments. Next, please.
Go ahead, either Julie or David.
Good job. I have just a few comments. I'm concerned about the person who spoke up, who lives next door and is going to lose all the light, and having this building there. And I think it's a legitimate point. I don't know if it's enough to get you off the hook for having to do this project. I'm confused as to why you're even having this discussion if you can't say no because the lawyer says that you would be sued. So I'm confused about that. I also don't. Is it really true that there's no elevator? Because I got distracted, I guess. So I don't know. I thought it said that. I thought there was the word elevator was on there somewhere, but it sounds like maybe there isn't an elevator. And if there isn't an elevator, that really concerns me. I don't think you should ever build a building where you're automatically leaving out a certain group of people. And for that reason, I also am very concerned about the lack of parking. If you have, not everyone can walk or use a bicycle. Not everyone, it's convenient for them to do that. And the idea that you say, well, if you don't want to live without a car, then you just shouldn't live here is such a privileged and I don't even know what the word is, but it's a not inclusive approach to take. And I really believe in a diversity in many different ways. And what we're saying is you need to be able-bodied, you need to be able to bicycle or walk. You need to have enough money because there's only one of these units. One unit is very low income, I guess, and one is low income. So it's not going to help much with the RENA and the housing element. So I would say that I'm opposed, but it seems like what's the point if you're not allowed to say no anyway? So I'm confused about that. And I would like to know about the elevator. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, for your comment. Next. Go ahead, Corey.
Hi, this is Corey Dosty. I'm currently the chair of the Social and Economic Justice Commission, but I am representing myself right now as a disabled individual. Our motto in the disability community is nothing about us without us. And all of these concerns about disabled folks and this not being a good fit, this would be perfect for me as someone who intermittently cannot walk. I have flare-ups where I can barely get from my bed to the bathroom, but on good days, I can go a couple blocks to the grocery store. Half a block would be amazing. Having nature right there would be amazing. I have friends who use canes who don't have cars. I have friends who use wheelchairs who don't have cars. Conflating disabled folks with needing cars is incorrect, basically, is my point here. I do agree that it would be great to make sure that at least one of the affordable units is accessible to wheelchair users. So if there is not an elevator, it being on the first floor, that would be one of my concerns, because being able to find accessible housing is hard everywhere in the Bay. And so there being and it being affordable is extra hard. So that would be really cool. especially because, yeah, this location is great. I would like to walk to BART. Most of the time, even though I'm right behind Albany Bowl, I still have to catch the bus for just 3 stops because it risks messing up my ankles again. But I support the disability access part of this building. I don't think that the concerns raised about it were valid. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Next.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Dicky. I'm a resident of Albany, and I live on the Evelyn 417, the right next door. I am seriously concerned about the congestion. 2 years ago, there was a traffic study in regard to the Creekside apartment. I think that would be a good reference point to look at and see how without like no parking, congestion, more traffic, and also eliminating the current parking, it is a serious concern. I understand, people need to build more, and, I can understand about not having the light, it's not a big deal, but congestion, already trying to get from Brighton to Evelyn is like 15 miles, less than 15 miles. Already they are like, the street is one way and it's very narrow. And with the middle school, and we already had this issue when the Creekside building, they had their gate towards the Evelyn side. So I think the city as a whole is not just about the people living on the Evelyn Street from the Brighton, it's all about the city's city future, about the Albany Middle School traffic, and towards the Creekside people coming, Creekside apartment. It's all about the parking. I understand people cannot choose not to have a car, but I'm like, with all the 18 unit not having a parking lot, it is too much. I live in a condo here, and we have 2 parking, and I don't park on the street, but it's still congested. So please look at the traffic study and look at the public safety implications about how would it affect if there's an emergency and if there's so much congestion already. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Byway or B-way?
B-way. Yeah. Hello. Hi. Thank you. So I live at 417 Evelyn Avenue. It is the building just north of 423 Evelyn Avenue. So our building is on the 2nd floor. We have 1 window in the bedroom and 1 balcony in the living room, and both of which are facing south. So the proposed 4-story apartment building is exactly at the south of our room, and it will block most of the light into our apartment. And also there is no privacy for us, since our window and the balcony will be facing directly to the windows of the new apartment building. Finally, the parking is also a serious problem. The proposed project has no parking lot, so the new resident will have to park on the street. This will make the street very crowded and significantly worsen the traffic condition. And sorry, one more thing I want to add is the proposed building also has safety concerns, because the paveway does not allow cars to pass. So what if there is fire in their building or in our building? So the fire engines wouldn't be able to get close to the buildings. Yeah, that's all my point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hi, I'm one of the owners in the apartment to the south. I'd like to reiterate the concerns that Doug Donaldson brought up concerning the calculation that resulted in the base density of 14 units. It seems like 11 units is a more appropriate number, which would bring the number of units with the bonus up to 15 instead of 18. I'd also like to point out that even though it's a laudable goal to have a place that people don't need a car. Inevitably, some people are going to look at the street parking and say, well, there's no permits here, there's no paid parking, so I'm just going to park on the street. So inevitably, some people will definitely still have cars in this building, and therefore it will add to the congestion issue. The last thing to do with the light, definitely painting the building a lighter color would help. If it was reduced to 15 units, it wouldn't need to be 4 stories, or maybe only 1 or something. If it was 14, it could be 3 stories. And then one last idea, perhaps for the developer, and I couldn't quite see on the diagram, is on the top floor, you don't need to have a roof over the walkway. So if you had a cutout there so that there was no roof over that walkway, that would allow significantly more light into 417 Evelyn Avenue, because I think particularly for the units on the first floor, but also the second floor of 417 Evelyn, there's going to be a serious impact to how much light they get. So I understand that this development probably can't be stopped, and I think this site should be developed. I think it's appropriate to have high density housing, but maybe it can be done in a way where it's more cognizant of the concerns of the people who live next door, and maybe only be 3 stories and have the modifications I mentioned with the cutout for the top story walkway. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for your comments.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah. Hello. This is I lived in 417, and I don't see why this proposed project is unfriendly to its potential residents in the future, because we have raised many problems. In the same time, it's also not unfriendly to the current residents in the north in our building. And one thing, as many people have already mentioned, we have the light completely blocked. And in this COVID period, you understand that sunshine is so important to everybody here. And the other thing is that the only pro seems for this project seems to be that you will allow some low-income people to move in. But in the same time, I just moved in last year in May, and I'm a current graduate student in UC Berkeley, and I suppose I also qualified as a low income. How should I sacrifice for another low income? I don't quite understand. So that's my point. So as a whole, I don't see the current project to be reasonable to either its future resident or to us, its neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next.
Okay, second track for Romero.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, great. Hi, I wanted to second some of what the other residents of the street have said about the light to the building to the north. I agree with the previous, or the second previous caller, who suggested a cut to the top story, because 4 stories would completely overshadow our building. Secondly, though, I was wondering if a traffic study could provide you with the necessary information about the full impacts to the health and well-being of the neighborhood, because this is already the thoroughfare for traffic entering from the north into El Cerrito Plaza. And oftentimes the street is blocked either by people double parked or by delivery trucks, now that there's a lot of Amazon delivery trucks in the street. And an additional, 14 households will increase that traffic, and it'll be right at the top of the block, preventing both people going into, in and out of buildings and homes, as well as into the plaza. Well, certainly the additional parking wouldn't, or lack of parking would not be especially helpful, since we're already fully booked in the street, but it doesn't affect me personally because I have a parking spot in my building. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any others?
That is everyone.
I think that's it. Okay. It looks like it's approaching 10:30.
All right, there's.
Okay.
Go ahead, Irene.
Hi.
I just want you to take note of the fact that I do live next door as well. And the times that when I've either had to leave the garage or enter the garage, the driveway was blocked. And this has happened quite a few times since the completion of the building at the El Street Plaza. And I just want you to note my inability to leave home. So imagine trying to leave your home to go someplace. And thank goodness it was not an emergency, but I had to wait 15 minutes on one time when I was trying to leave. It was a delivery driver sitting there. And then another time I was trying to pull into the garage and someone was just parked literally in front of the driveway. So again, this was a problem since the commencement of the housing in the plaza. And this has just impacting our ability to leave or enter our home, period. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. What, I think we're all clear?
I'll make.
So go ahead.
I'll make a motion to extend. We have a lot to do yet. 11:30.
Okay. We have a second. All right. And go ahead.
Councilmember McCray?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
You're on mute.
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes. Thank you, Ann. All right, so I'll bring it back to the council. Councilmember Tiedemann, I want to say something real fast. So I think there was a comment about extending or cutting back time. That happens on a regular basis. I think because we had so many comments, we want to make sure that the public was able to do that. So please understand it's not that we didn't want to hear everybody, but we wanted to give everybody a chance. So that's why I cut the hours the minutes to 2 minutes. So I hope that gives clarification on why I did that. So thank you so much for your comment. Also, I just want to pose a couple of questions. As a renter here in Albany, parking is of a concern for me. Oftentimes parking is not available in Solana. One, we have, parking enforcement. So if we park on the street, of course, we could probably remedy a solution for that to have permits. But there's also times at night when I do arrive from home, there's nowhere where to park. So I did drive down Evelyn and it is very congested. And I spoke with staff today and see if we can get a traffic analysis on that, on the congestion. I think the mobility down in that area it could pose an issue for the residents that currently live in those apartments there. So I just would like us to consider or at least explore the options of having some parking. My also question is, can we reduce the units down? Again, as a renter, I have an area where I don't get sun, but there's other areas in my apartment where I do get sun. So I agree that could, be some safety concern, especially during COVID. But I just want to ask if that is an option. But there again, with the parking, I really would hope before we move forward that we can kind of come up with a way where we can, somehow have parking available for some residents in that area. Because I do feel, in my opinion, that having a reliable vehicle to get to and from wherever I need to, whether I walk, ride a bike, I still would like to have a reliable vehicle in the place where I reside. So those are my comments. And then Councilman Tiedemann had questions as well.
Do you want to wait for answers to any of those questions before?
Yeah, I can.
So I did confer with Mala earlier today about some of these concerns, and in particular, how this all works when we're subject to the Housing Accountability Act. And we included in your packet a summary memo from the State Department of Housing and Community Development that spells out the city's responsibilities as far as enforcing the Housing Accountability Act. So I know within that, Density is not something where we can require a modification on the part of the developer. And similarly, the lack of parking, as they've presented it, as I understand it, is also something that the city doesn't have much flexibility to require changes. And Mala could speak more to the specifics of that.
And yes, if you could explain the flexibility, and also there was also a question, and for me as well, I would like to know, as far as underground parking, what is that number, or did we even think about that, or could that be considered with parking as well?
So in terms of density, the density bonus law is very formulaic. If you provide a certain amount of affordable housing, you get a certain percentage of increased density. In this case, 32.5%, which allows for the 14 units. There is no ability to reduce that density without, under the Housing Accountability Act, making a incredibly challenging finding. It's a specific adverse impact. So I don't think there's any flexibility with regard to that unless the applicant is voluntarily willing to reduce the density. The city could not mandate it without making that finding, which, as I mentioned, is just, it's almost near impossible at this point, I think. I haven't seen anything that would allow the city to make that finding. In terms of the parking, depending which parking, I think if you're referring to the reduction of the 6 existing parking units, that's been requested as a waiver. The reduction from 18 parking spaces to 0 has been requested as a concession. Those were the findings that were mentioned earlier. If you want to reduce those parking spaces, you're in effect denying the concession or denying the waiver, unless the applicant, again, is willing to voluntarily reduce the parking. So those findings are also very challenging to make. So there's not a lot of flexibility. Flexibility is not the word I would use in describing either the Housing Accountability Act or density bonus law in terms of the council's options. Obviously, again, you can work with the applicant, and if applicant's willing to make revisions on their own accord, then that's a different situation. But if the city's trying to unilaterally impose those conditions, these projects are very different than other projects that might come before the city, where you do have more flexibility.
Okay, thank you, Mala. Councilmember Tiedemann was first. Councilmember Quay.
Thank you. Let's say, but first I want to ask a couple of the questions that we haven't gotten from the developer. So the first one of those that I had a while back was whether having the 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartment be affordable would make the project not cost out. So if we wanted to have that second affordable unit be 2-bedroom, would that affect the project's bottom line? I'm not sure if the developer has an answer for that one.
I'm trying to unmute you.
Promote. We can hear you, Isaiah.
Okay. Let me see. So our team has talked about that during the evening tonight. And actually, part of the original proposed mix is a bit of a vestige. The first proposal with the parking, the unit mix was smaller, and it was half 1s and half 2s. And so we'd always been thinking of it as 1 and 1. But upon seeing the numbers and it seems reasonable to us that 2 and 2 is something that would be fair and that we could agree to. It definitely has costs. It affects the bottom line, but our sense, the development team's sense, is that it's still feasible, and it seems reasonable, and is something we would agree to.
Thank you. I also had a question around the space between the buildings. We had one public comment say that the development plan would have 3 feet of space between buildings. I believe that it said that there was a 5-foot setback on both parts, so it would be at least 10 feet between buildings. Can you clear that up?
That's correct. Yeah. So it would be 10 feet between buildings, which is actually a lot more than the pattern or the block of the other buildings, which are mostly 3 and 3, which is kind of based on the older building code. But the newer codes require more distance. So Like for instance, if you look at the aerial view, all three buildings to the north, those are all only roughly 6 feet apart, but this would be 10 feet. So it'd be quite a normal and fairly, actually bigger than many of the other openings on the block.
Thank you. We had multiple mentions of an elevator. I just wanted to ask if that was at all feasible on this project. I'm assuming that there was a reason it was not included.
Yeah, you know, we did look at that quite a bit, and there are a few things. One, you know, the project is sort of intended to be affordable by design. Elevators are extremely expensive, but these are all, you know, fairly small, fairly modest units intended to be affordable by design. The walk-ups are very common in urban areas, and the building code at 5 stories does require elevators, but a 4-story walk-up is perfectly fine and ordinary, and you know, low compared to a lot of the cities in Europe that people love so much. And then also elevators are quite large in footprint, and it would probably shrink a 2-bedroom down to a 1-bedroom to try to fit in an elevator. So it was something that we definitely looked at, but for all those reasons decided to build a little more housing rather than the elevator.
Thank you. And my last question on this vein, we had someone mention having possibly a top floor cutout for the hallway. Would that have a significant effect on sunlight getting to lower floors? Is it possible? Is it feasible?
It would be very tricky. And again, you know, it's not 3 feet, it's 10 feet, which is much bigger than the pattern on the block. And it would be tricky because people walking to their units would get rained on up there, and we'd have a whole lot more waterproofing down below. So right now, they're enclosed hallways. And in fact, actually, come to think of it, there would be a building code issue as well, because that would become an exterior exit balcony, and its proximity to the property line would be too close. So come to think of it more, that's not even possible.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Tatum and Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Sort of as a technical point, I think, is it possible for Mr. Stackhouse to show his camera? I think we're having a really serious discussion, and I don't really like having it to a maroon box or a pink box. If there's any way he can be seen, I would like that.
I'd be perfectly fine with that. You can see me in my living room, like
we all are.
Hey, give me a minute.
Well, as you're figuring that out, I'll move on.
He's already promoted, so he can share his video.
Oh, there he is. Hi.
it's not actually as red here as it looks there.
You know, it's really apparent to me that there's not, that we're going to approve this project. I mean, I think, I'm going to vote to support it, although I think there's some really major flaws. But I'd like to have us think a little bit about this sort of as a cautionary tale going forward, as we start looking at hopefully a lot of development, a lot of housing, and what we really want and what we need, and maybe start really looking at parking in the city and doing some comprehensive parking studies, so that we have facts before we start these projects. You know, we're doing the San Pablo specific plan, and I think this is a good time for us to think about how we're going to manage all of this. I don't think we've done that very well. The other thing that I find disappointing, I'm really happy to have the 2 units of below market rate, but neither one of them are very low income. There's low income and I guess there's no extremely low income. And those are the people that I'd like to see us putting a little more focus on. And so I think we need to start thinking about that going forward so that, we have a better idea starting what we really want.
And I would mention that a lot of cities, we do work in a lot of cities, and a lot have their own bonus systems that are above and beyond the state density bonus. So like Emeryville, for instance, has its own mix of affordable that you can provide to get a density bonus, through their own system.
And I will say that you've been very creative in what you've done on that very odd little piece of land. And I think you're to be commended for that. I have real concerns about the parking. I was over there early Saturday morning and it was totally parked up on Brighton. And, we always have to remember that if there's no place to park, you go further and further out into the neighborhood. So it doesn't only impact the people next door, it'll impact a wider and wider circle of community members. So we have to always remember that. And I'm concerned, I agree with what Julie said, that this is certainly a building for, not for perhaps seniors who may be fine today, but thinking ahead will think, well, maybe I can't even walk up 2 flights of stairs in the future. So it is a very limiting building, I think. Is it possible to put at least one of the affordable units on the first floor? Is that possible?
That's definitely something we could consider.
Why would you? I'm just curious. Why would you not do it?
Yeah, I think that could make some sense. And the 2 ground level units are fully affordable, need to be by the building code, and so that's definitely something. I think we could agree to that.
Are any of the units universal design?
The 2 ground level units by code meet all aspects of Chapter 11A of the ADA of the building code.
So they're totally wheelchair accessible?
Yeah, so they're, so the way that code works is that, just as a for instance, all blocking that might be required in the future if you were to install grab bars has to be in the walls. The dimensions all have to be correct. A ground level unit like that actually is a good, it's fairly easy to put a shower in too, because you're right on the concrete slab. So, it is a good location, and that seems like a sensible, reasonable thing.
Is the door to the apartment building itself a flat entrance, or is there a little step?
Yeah, so the entire ground floor is completely accessible, as is the path of travel to the front sidewalk. So anyone in the wheelchair, could get a blue space on the street, could easily wheel. It's a maximum, of a half-inch slope threshold. Everything needs to be fully ADA on that ground level.
Great. It's always good to say somebody can get a blue parking space, but all that really means is anyone who has a disabled placard can park there. So it doesn't attach it to a particular unit. So I think that's something to just remember. I think it says somewhere in our report that we could require two bedroom units as the below market rate. Is that correct, Anne?
The code provision, and Jeannie can just refresh my memory on that language, but it does give the council discretion, that the units should be equivalent, I think, unless Jeannie, can you refresh my memory, unless there's a compelling circumstance or something along those lines?
Yes, the Albany Municipal Code says that to the extent feasible, the inclusionary units should be the same mix as the market rate units.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, we're okay with going to the 2 and 2. And one of those 2s could be down on the ground floor.
Okay. Great. I think that's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. Any other council members have any questions? All right, are we ready to go forward? All right, Councilmember Tiedemann.
Well, I don't have more questions. Thank you for answering those, but I have a few comments on this
Okay.
that I'd like to say before we go forward. Most centrally on the subject of parking, I have, in my day job set, gone to a lot of meetings like this on various housing developments and heard a lot of concerns about parking. I think oftentimes the issue of parking is a dog whistle for attempts to essentially exclusionarily build, which has a whole host of detrimental effects. I'm not assuming that is the case here. I like to ascribe best intentions to everybody, and I think parking can be an actual issue. However, in this case, I think it's really important, and in all development cases, it's very important to be clear of what we're talking about and the policy considerations that we're weighing between. And in this, it's not a situation of weighing congestion against non-congestion of parking. It's, as is so often the case with development, weighing congestion against people who cannot afford to live here normally getting the chance to live in Albany and have access to our resources. That is the real decision that we're making, not between parking or not parking. And even under the ideal case, if we require more parking, there's no version of this project that we've seen that has more than a small fraction of the amount of parking that many people would like. So I think it's far better to have a project that has open space, that has more bicycle parking, that has more livable areas than it is to have 4 parking spaces. That's especially in a world that we know during COVID that having those amenities is incredibly important and has to be important moving forward. And I also like to thank Corey Dostey for mentioning that, you know, on a lot of levels without parking, this project is ideal for people with disabilities. And that's because if this is not a transit-oriented development project, if this is not a project that can exist without parking, then nothing is. Because this is a stone's throw from every amenity, from public transit, from schools, from everything. So if this can't exist without that parking requirements, then really nothing can. I'd furthermore like to say that we have the ability to increase this parking. This is a power the council gave itself a couple of years ago. I think if people have issues with this process, and especially with the issues around the Housing Accountability Act and the state requirements here, I feel that pain. This is a confusing process that's a little bit annoying to deal with as someone who has to deal with it professionally sometimes. But the reason that those limitations are on us and that we're facing having to have a public hearing right now, even though we face some pretty troubled legal waters if we reject it, is because cities like Albany fight tooth and nail when a project like this that makes good use of an underutilized space in a transit-oriented area, because we put up such a fight when this happens. And as long as we keep doing that, the state is going to have to keep passing things like the Housing Accountability Act that make it harder and harder for cities to dig in their heels and make development impossible, because we have to be building and we have to keep trying to be part of the solution to the housing crisis. With that, I'd just like to say that I think my biggest issues are, I'd like to thank the developer for being understanding and being willing to have 2-bedroom units be both of the affordable units. I think that would be great. And to echo Councilmember McQuaid's concerns of around the coloring and the windows here, but I don't think those are trade-offs that I would be willing to reject the project in favor of.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Anyone else have any comments? Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, you know, I want to say I do feel for neighbors who struggle with the parking, the sunshine, you know, where you get into not this particular project, but people get very concerned about views. There's the privacy of one's windows. We rely a lot on a lot of amenities that are really are not only very fragile, but that we simply have to accept that these amenities are on their way out in a lot of ways. I live on a single family, on a street of single family homes, but parking has grown tighter. As ADUs go in, it's going to get more tighter. If, you know, San Pablo, Solano Avenue flourishes as we all want it to do, it will get tighter. You know, parking is going to become more and more difficult for everyone. And as much as we love our sunshine and our views, and the privacy of our windows, unless we've got easements for those things, we don't own them any more than we own our street parking. And we all have to recognize wherever we live that those things are at risk. And it's not, the city is not in a position to block housing to protect those fragile amenities. So I think it's very important for us to have a lot of different kinds of housing that appeal to a lot of different kinds of people. Not everybody is going to want to be in a 4-story walk-up, but that's fine. There are people who are. And this adds to our housing mix. I think it's really terrific, and I do support it very strongly. And I would echo what the comments that we've heard about doing anything that can be done to relieve the problem of the light blockage. If you can get a lighter color and more helpful windows, etc., I would be very supportive of all that. But like Councilmember Tiedemann, I don't feel like I would not consider voting against this project for that reason. And I think even if we all did, ultimately, the project is really a legally mandated improvement to our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Councilmember McQuaid?
I was just going to say, I don't think anyone's trying to oppose the project. I think we're trying to get the best project that we can, which is why we're looking at color and trees and a lot of those things, and making it as accessible as we possibly can, and getting, you know, as much affordable space as we can get. So I don't think it's really fair to say that we're trying to oppose the project. I think we're just trying to make it better.
I didn't mean to accuse anyone of opposing the project, but I'm speaking really more of the feelings of neighbors who are losing, who are going to be significantly impacted in terms of both transportation and sunlight. I'm acknowledging the validity of those concerns. I'm not accusing anyone of fighting the project.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. Let's go ahead and move forward. Do I have a motion to pass this?
I would be happy to move the project.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Is there a second? Councilmember Tiedemann, second. Go ahead with the roll call.
I just wanted to clarify, if we wanted to change the second affordable unit to a 2-bedroom, do we need to specify that in this motion to change the resolution?
Yes.
We do. Okay.
Cool.
I'd rather not mandate that. I would rather leave that with, I would rather leave that to the, as one of these discretionary items that we are requesting, but not mandating.
Okay.
Can I ask a question then? How does this work? We've given you sort of a laundry list of suggestions. Do we see this again? Does planning and zoning see it again, or?
No, we should go through these item by item so that we're clear on what the council's expectations are as part of this approval.
All right. Did you want to start?
I'm
go ahead.
Proposing to move the project as presented with these discussion items being simply recommendations, and requesting that the staff come back and report to us on their disposition, but not proposing that they be mandated.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
I would move that we pass the resolution with the amendment requiring both units that are affordable to be 2-bedroom units.
Councilman McQuaid, did you have something? I'm sorry.
I thought Ann wanted a specific list of what the requests were. I'm not hearing that.
Well, what I understand is on the affordability, Councilmember Tiedemann would like both 2-bedroom units identified as part of the affordability agreement. Then there were previous mentions of the paint color being lightened, as well as some modifications to the windows on the north elevation.
Was there one other item about having the affordable units be both on the bottom floor?
Right, at least one.
At least one.
Could be both, but at least one.
Yeah, I'd support that. So my motion would be to move the resolution with the requirement both affordable units are 2-bedroom, one of them on the bottom floor.
I think I'm the author of the motion, though.
Right.
So
I made a different motion, or at least I was intending to.
So,
yeah, we all have to brush up on our on our parliamentary procedure. Well, let me ask Mr. Stackhouse. I mean, if we pass this with things like, well, the paint has to be lighter, do you feel like you've got? I don't know how we quantify that.
That's quite common, and often, the resolution will be to, work with staff, on that color. And, as Jeannie mentioned, just in a typical process, we would expect to do brush outs and all that to make sure the color is good out there on the site. What looks good on a page might not look good on a whole building. So that's standard stuff, that we're happy to agree to.
Okay, so what would be the language, staff, to capture that?
Maybe I can make a recommendation. We have a color and material verification condition of approval number 21, that there be brush outs of paint colors and material samples for review by the Community Development Director and the Planning and Zoning Commission Chair and or his or her designee. And so we could modify that to revise that condition to lighten the paint colors and review them subject to approval by the Director and the Planning Commission Chair or his or her designee.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
And then we have the both of the affordable units being on the ground floor and both being 2 bedrooms. I have no objection if the developer.
Well, one unit on the ground floor, right? But both 2 bedrooms.
Both 2 bedrooms, one of which needs to be on the ground floor. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Then
all right.
There is one thing. Were we going to look at the windows?
What would be the window? What is the window condition of approval, Jean?
I do not have a condition of approval about the windows. Was this the opacity and size of the windows on the north elevation?
Right.
Could we add the same kind of condition of approval that we did for the paint, that the windows be approved by the Community Development Director and the Chair of the Planning Commission?
Okay.
Does this all work for everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then that's my motion.
That's your motion. Okay.
All right, then seconded.
Thank you.
All right, second by Councilman Turner. Go ahead, Ann. Roll call.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gary.
I'm abstain.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you, Jean, for the presentation, and as well. Isaac, I appreciate you as well. Thank you for the presentation. All right, Vice Mayor Jordan is back with us. So we are going to unfinished business, item number 11. Before we get started, looks like it's 11 o'clock. Let's see how it goes. And then we may want to make a motion to possibly move the new business maybe to the next council meeting. But go ahead, we'll start with the unfinished business. Can I have a staff report, please, Nicole?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I will be cognizant of time and keep it short. Happy to answer any questions as you drill into the handful of resolutions that you have in front of you. But basically, this is follow-up to the general consensus and direction that Council gave at your previous meeting with regard to the review of advisory bodies to the City Council. You will find as attached to your staff report this evening 4 potential resolutions for the Council's consideration. These are not bundled into one resolution with the respect to the request that some items may be taken up and approved and some may not. So that's why you have the bundle of attachments. I will simply walk through what those attachments look like. The first, as proposed, is to sunset the library board. I know that the council received some comments regarding this potential sunsetting. We just wanted to be clear that the library board doesn't have a specific operational oversight of the Alameda County Public Library. And should the board be sunset, certainly up to the council, of course, there remain opportunities for consistent and connectivity and engagement with Alameda County Public Library System through the city, both the City Council as well as the standing Alameda County Library Advisory Commission, in terms of the council appointing a member to that commission to represent the city. The second resolution is making the change to the Community Media Access Committee to expand the charge of that committee towards further public engagement regarding local government matters. Your next resolution would be just a clarification really on the timeline for making a replacement if an appointee is to resign or be removed real close to the end of the 2-year term. And lastly, to transition one of the City Council as a whole appointments to the Social and Economic Justice Commission to allow for that appointment to be made by the Board of Education of the Albany Unified School District. Be happy to answer any questions you have specific to any of those resolutions or really anything related to this staff report.
Thank you so much, Nicole. So we'll go ahead. We're going to take each item one by one in order. Any questions? Let's start with the sunset of the library board. Do we have any questions about that resolution? All right. Let me see if there's any public comment. Looks like we have one public comment on this. You can let them in. And we're doing 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Just one public commenter. Wow. It's because you put this till 11 o'clock at night. Are you even allowed to start a new agenda item after 11 o'clock p.m.? I mean, I thought there was like, you can't start a new agenda item after a certain hour. Whatever happened to that? Till after 11 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, Mayor Geary, is this library board the first commission that you were on? I mean, to start your career in the Albany government? I mean, it's kind of sad. I hope we could find another resolution to not sunset the library board. Here you guys put it on the city staff. I don't know who organizes this agenda. You guys put this way at the last so people will be too tired to save the Albany Library Board. I see your games. Look at this. You do this so late at night, so it's hush hush underneath the rug to where I'm the only public comment. I see right through all your red tape and your bureaucracy. This is wrong. This should have been way up on the agenda for all the people here earlier to be aware of this. This is so sad how the city does things. I see right through all your bureaucracy. I love that bureaucracy starts with the letter B because I want to say something else that starts with letter B. I see right through it. You know, this is so sad. And who's the council member that's going to get to be this advisory body? Peggy, right? Or Nason? Sure. You got one person becoming more powerful. That's wrong, was what you guys are doing. Look at the times we're living in. The city council is becoming too powerful, making all the decisions. You're not letting any members of the public get to make decisions anymore. So selfish what you're doing.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comments. I think we had one more, two more. So Rachel.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rachel Schur. I'm the manager of the Albany Library. And I know it's late, so I don't want to keep everyone. I just wanted to say that I wanted to take the opportunity to thank the people who have been on the board in the past and are currently on the board for their engagement with the library. Although we are county operated and this is an advisory board, so they don't have any operational authority. I think the participation from the community and the members of the board have really helped us as a county department connect to the Albany community. And I'm not speaking in terms of whether I'm in favor of sunsetting the board or not. I just wanted to say that I hope that we will still continue to have a representative on our library commission for the county, and a voice in the community. It is really important, I was struck when I joined Albany by the availability to connect with the local government and the community. And I do know that a lot of people have strong feelings about sunsetting the library board. So I hope that you will put this on the next agenda before voting tonight. And that being said, thank you so much for all that you have done for the library already. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel, for your comment. I think we have one more. Go ahead, please.
Hi, it's Dave Danby here. Just following up, I did send a letter to everybody or an email to everybody. And we'd just like to encourage you to keep the library board going. Possibly get some more comment at the next meeting before you rethink it, or just keep it the way it is. And my experience has been that things can get a little rough with the Alameda County Library, and having the board as somebody looking out for us is probably a good thing, even if things are going well at this particular time. So I appreciate you reconsidering that, and thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for your comment. Okay, Maria.
Hi. Yeah, it sounds like, while there's not a lot of voices left here, they all at the very least would like for this item to be more available for public comment at another time. So it seems at the very least the council could move to talk about this at the next meeting. And I feel a little uneducated in this topic. But upon hearing about it, I did wonder why. There's not, to my understanding, much. I mean, I guess commissions maybe have a small operating budget that they're given. But other than that, it doesn't seem like it hurts anyone to have people that are enthusiastic about their town's library being able to have input and participation. And if there is a small budget from it and it's going to be taken away, maybe it could be redirected to Jeremiah's shower program. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. All right, any other public comments? Okay, thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Did anyone have any questions? Councilmember Nason, go ahead, please.
Yeah, has the Friends of the Albany Library weighed in on the proposal to sunset the library board? Has anyone spoken with them?
I have not. I haven't received anything. Has anyone else?
I've spoken to one member who contacted me, and when I talked to her about what my thoughts on it were, what we were looking at, she was like, "Oh, okay, that's fine." But what she'd originally heard was that we were getting rid of the Friends of the Library, which was upsetting, but that wasn't even ever part of the conversation. So that's been my only contact.
Okay.
But that was just one member. We haven't asked to discuss it as a board or anything. I am inclined, and this is sort of like with the Community Media Advisory Committee, I kind of feel like this is the kind of function that is probably better done by a more flexible entity like Friends of the Albany Library, that they be kind of a community liaison and engagement group or whatever. But I don't think that is necessarily the case now. I'm uneasy about doing this without knowing what the library's volunteers as an organization, how they feel about it. I do feel, I'm sorry, at this hour, I normally go to bed at around 9 o'clock. I do think that we could, that it may be better not to have a library board, but I'm not there yet. So I'm not supportive at this point. I would at least like to ask the Friends of the Albany Library to consider and weigh in on it as an organization.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yeah, I don't have any issue with continuing this resolution, doing with it later when we have more time. I just wanted to state that I think it's important to clarify it's not our goal to decrease citizen activity with the library or decrease our involvement with the library. We've also not specified in this resolution that it would be a city council person appointed to represent the library. I think we had discussed earlier that it would probably continue to be someone else who's not on this council who would report to us. Our goal here is just to increase efficiency, and if a body is meeting that is just pro forma and not accomplishing much and doesn't have much on its work plan, then it makes sense to sunset it to reduce the bureaucracy of the town. I would also point out that making this not a appointed committee and making it one person who's appointed, who's probably part of the Friends of Albany Library, makes it all the easier for people to get in touch with that one person and talk about their issues that could be communicated to the Alameda County Library Commission.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Anyone else? Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, I'll just offer that in coming to this, I reviewed the last several years of agendas, and as Councilmember Tiedemann used the term pro forma, that's what I saw. And in an unintended way, some of the written public comment that we received pointed to this. We pointed to the last substantive issue to the community that the library board dealt with was in 2014-15. I think it would be useful if staff could explain a little bit what cost is associated with having advisory bodies. And to a public commenter, thank you for raising the question, do advisory bodies have some budget assigned to them? They do not, but what they have is staff assigned to them, and that comes at substantial cost for both the staff of recording, attending, doing minutes and whatnot. But I think it would be interesting to hear our staff describe that a little bit more fully for the public.
Sure, happy to answer the question. I will do it in general terms. I don't have specific budget amounts, but basically it is the staff liaison assignment, and that comes with limitations based on the size of our overall staff capacity. So the number of advisory bodies have equates to the number of staff liaisons you need. And we simply don't have that many more to give. And we're finding that some staff are the liaison to multiple advisory bodies. So that comes with quite a few meetings, as well as preparation of the agenda and assistance with minute preparation and just overall coordination. It may oftentimes include more than one staff person too, as one individual or multiple individuals based on posting locations will be posting the agendas as well. Then there's also the behind the scenes work. Jeremy Allen is behind the scenes as we speak, doing all of the publication of this meeting to YouTube for us, as well as via Zoom in these current times. But when we go back to the quote unquote normal times, there is that streaming, depending on the advisory body, as well as the uploading of the meetings to our website and so on and so forth. So long story short, there's a significant amount of administration with any advisory body, irregardless of the number of times they meet or the girth of their agendas. It still is something that would take away from something else.
All right, thank you, Nicole. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
So given that we can see from our agendas that we are having more than we can process, I'm really not interested in, well, I would rather pass this tonight and not take up time in the next meeting because we already have the policies and procedures we've put off. It's just going to stack up. But neither do I want to make a motion to have this, only to have this fail. So I don't know if there's sort of a straw poll sense. I mean, I have some sense that it probably would pass, maybe be somewhat divided. I'm kind of inclined to make a motion, but I'm interested in hearing other people's thoughts on that.
Go ahead, Councilmember Tiedemann.
I'd be willing to vote to pass this tonight.
All right, so Vice Mayor Jordan, you want to make your motion?
Or I'll go for it. Okay, I will. I move resolution number 2021-03 to sunset the library board.
Seconded.
All right.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
No.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
No.
Motion carries.
All right, let's go ahead to the next resolution. It looks like we want to consider, do we want to do number 2, consider selecting someone to represent us at Alameda County?
Put that on there as an option for the council for the continuity of the agenda item to ensure there remained a focus on library services for the city. It could certainly be deferred if the council would prefer a member of the community to take this role on. I thought in the interim, it may be helpful for the council, for a council member to represent the city.
I would agree with that until we find someone in the community that would be interested in doing that. And just for sake, I could be that representative for the city council until we find someone. So that takes the pressure off for you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you were it before, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so that's perfect. Do we need a motion for that or?
Oh, yes, do we need to vote? Yeah, okay, go ahead, Ann.
Okay, I move that Mayor Gary represents the city of Albany on the county library board until such time as a community member is appointed.
Second.
All right, let's go ahead for vote.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Mason?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes, thank you, Ann. All right, let's go to the next resolution in the City Community Media Access Committee. Go ahead, Councilmember Tina.
The point of parliamentary inquiry, seeing as the time and these are all attachments to the same agenda item, could we perhaps take public comment on all of them in one go, seeing as I'm imagining these are all less contentious than the one we just did?
Right. So we'll just go through and make sure that we don't have any changes to any of the resolutions. So we start with number 3, number 4, number 5, and then I can open it up for public comment and we can try to vote on them if that works. Councilmember McQuaid.
I have a comment on the CMAC one.
Okay.
On line 20, it reads, include the responsibility of advising and working upon community access. I think it should be working on community access. And I would like to add a word after access and information. It says regarding local government matters. I would like to change local government to City of Albany.
Any objections? Any other changes? All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I'm wondering about, I mean, if the CMAC wanted to work on making information about the school board more readily available, would that be barred by that change? Is that part of the intent, or?
I mean, I think if it's the City of Albany as whole, I can imagine not included.
Is it capital C or is it lowercase c?
I have it all capitals, capital C, capital A.
I would agree. Right.
It's a City of Albany advisory body. I think it needs to deal with the City of Albany.
But that would include school district and everything else, correct? No, you're not saying no.
That's not her intent.
Okay.
I'm not sure why it would include the school district.
Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
I mean, I'm in favor of including the school district to the extent that the body wants to work on it. And I believe that, I can't remember, at least one of the members is appointed by the Board of Education.
Right. And I would, go ahead.
I guess my question is, I mean, they obviously have a work plan the council would approve. What would the school district be asking them to do? Maybe I'm not understanding, Preston, what you're exactly saying, but they take direction from us, not from the Board of Education.
Yes, and so the direction from us would be, if you should so choose to include the school district in the development of further outreach and information activities, please go ahead and do so. That is within the remit of your charge. I mean, the charge of most of these bodies, it isn't that most of these bodies do everything that's in their charge every meeting. It's more of a menu of what they could work on if they want to.
Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead.
Yeah, I think regardless of what we put here, they're taking direction from us, but I think preserving local government allows them to not only talk about how best to communicate things about the school board, if that's, you know, something that people want to hear about, which I think it is, but also other local government matters, because there's a whole bunch of things that we, you know, talk about and post on the city site that aren't necessarily City of Albany, big C, big A matters. They're from the county, from other cities we work with, from anything like that. So I think we could preserve that language without having it be in doubt who they're taking direction from.
Right. And I think we want to move to more collaborative relationship with the school district to include them, like Vice Mayor Jordan, you know, that gives them opportunity to, you know, have programs, however we want to get information out. So I apologize. I thought when you said the city, you meant as a whole, meaning including the school district. So I would be inclined that we would include them.
But then let's just leave it as regarding local government.
Any other changes? All right. We'll go to the next one, number 3. I'm sorry, and number 4, any changes? No? And then lastly, number 5, Social Economic Justice Commission. Do we have any changes to that language resolution?
Yeah, I have a thought. You know, when we originally talked about this, like last fall, it was suggested that the 2 as a whole seats were given to the school district, and council at that time decided not to. and we're now looking at doing one seat, and I think partly because we already have somebody appointed. Is there a way to change it so that going forward, both of the as a whole seats would be from the school district? Not changing it for now, but looking forward.
Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
My understanding of how the charter is structured, it could be changed now, and it would not impact the person who's already been appointed. It would merely be in place for the subsequent 2-year term starting in 2023.
That's exactly what I'm thinking would be good.
Okay. I would agree with that change.
Me too. Do we need to, anyone else has any change? And then I'll open it up for public comment for a minute. It's close to 11:30, so anyone want to make a motion to move to possibly 11:45?
So move.
Oh, I guess I did. All right. Thank you. Councilmember McQuaid, go ahead and roll call, please, Ann.
I just have a motion. Who seconded?
Councilmember McQuaid.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, aye.
Councilmember Mason.
You're on mute.
Sorry, aye.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes. All right, so that was the only change to the resolution. All right, we'll open it up for public comment. It looks like we have one. If we can give you 1 minute, Jeremiah, for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you gracefully for the 1 minute, Madam Mayor, respectfully. I just want to say, Mayor Gary, thank you for voting no to sunset the library board. And thank you, Nathan, for voting no. You know, I can't believe I actually voted for some of you up there that voted to yes to sunset the library board. I see the majority rules on here, and I'm starting to see a pattern. Tiedemann, Peggy always back each other up. You know, I'm starting to see a pattern here, and it's the outlook is not so good. I see what I'm working with. I see Nathan and Gary, you're social. You know, why couldn't you have just extended sunsetting the library for the next meeting? Like everybody said, more information, let the public know. It's like you don't care what people say anymore. You know, my motion, oh, I second. You're just a bunch of piggybackers. You know, I'm so proud of you, Mayor Gary, for stepping up to take the role to bring that library board. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. Are there any other? All right, I'll bring it back to the council for further discussion. I think we'll need a motion for the changes. Councilmember Nason or Councilmember McQuaid?
I'm happy to make a motion. I'm a little confused at this point as to what the motion is.
Okay, so
it's the 3 resolutions.
You had, oh, go ahead.
So I'm
right. So you may.
Okay, I got it. I think. I move approval of resolution 2021-04, 2021-05, 2021-06 with the changes given. Does that give the staff?
Does that work?
Yeah, and just to clarify, the changes given are specific to 2021-06 with regard to the additional council as a whole appointment transitioning to a Board of Education appointment effective after this.
Right. And 2021-04 was the change of the word from upon to on.
Correct. Thank you.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Tiedemann, second. Let's go ahead for roll call.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Yes.
Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, so we're at 11:02 and it's 11:31. You think we can get through this before 11:45 and we can move the new business to the next agenda? Are you okay with that? Yes.
Could you reframe the proposal? Is the proposal to move the next item to the next agenda?
The new business we can move to the next agenda, but we have 11.2. That's the committee on the task force. So do we want to address that real fast? We have, it's 11:30. I think we can get through it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and move forward. Do we have a report, City Nicole?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. This again is follow up to your previous discussion at your previous meeting, specific with regard to the question raised regarding the Charter Review Committee. As you'll recall, currently the committee does not meet unless called upon by the City Council. There was a question as to whether this committee should transition to a task force. Some members of the council thought it would be helpful to walk through a potential work plan, understanding that some of the remaining work plan items from a previous work plan weren't fully addressed, and there may be new work plan items more consistent with reestablishing the committee and having them meet on a regular basis, and or the option of a task force. So again, attached to your agenda, you have some reference materials. The most recent change to the committee was conducted in 2018. You have that resolution attached to your staff report, as well as the most recent work plan. However, it is dated from 2017 to 2019. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And really this agenda item was for the council to identify the potential work plan items for the committee or task force.
All right, we'll open it up for questions. Does anyone have any questions, council members? All right, we'll go ahead to, we have one public comment. 1 minute, please, Ann.
Yeah, so 11.2, city manager, you sound so tired. And really, how could you, even right now, any city council member make an informed, alert decision this late at night? You guys keep pushing and pushing and pushing. It's almost midnight. These meetings go so late, and 11.2, okay, you're doing it again. I heard the city manager earlier demoting you to a public attendee. It's not a demotion to be a public comment, to be a public attendee when Preston Jordan had to stand out. It's a promotion to be public, So regarding this 11.2, you just want to make it a task force now instead of a committee. We want to sunset the library board. Now you want to sunset the Charter Review Committee. Almost. It's almost sunset. I mean, it's going down. I see it. Now it's a task force. So please don't do this again. I mean, if it's going to be a task force, then there's no way for them to make decisions and have a vote anymore. That's the difference, right? So
Jeremiah, your time is up.
All right. Thank you, Ann. Keep up the good work, Ann. You're doing great.
All right, I'll bring it back to City Council. Do we want to get clarification on the task force versus committee? Just kind of clarify what would be expected if we do decide to go to a task force versus committee? Briefly.
I'm happy to respond to that. The terms are not really cut and dry. A task force usually wouldn't be appointed until needed is probably the most specific difference. So you would then, do a call for applications once potential charter amendments are identified that you would need a specific group to look at. That could be a benefit in that you're catching people who may be interested in working on something and they missed this window of opportunity at the onset. It could also be, a con to that is individuals don't have that 2-year time frame to really ramp up, and sometimes charter amendments can be substantive. That's really the main difference with a task force. Either way, that advisory body to the council would be making recommendations back to the council.
Thank you, Nicole. Are there any urgent needs right now? And that we have to, get someone in place or appoint? No? Okay, Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, well, from my understanding of a task force versus a committee is a task force is really only going to have within its charge whatever the council charges it with, whereas a committee can, via the mechanism of the work plan, if it has an idea of improvements that can be made in the city, then it has a mechanism to bring those forward to the council, which generally is not as much the case with the task force. Task forces often are time limited, and having served on charter review for 8 years, I would suggest that having time limitation on anything having to do with charter amendments would be counterproductive for the city. I sat on that body when it took, a couple of years to process some items, 3 years to process others, 1 meeting to process others. So it's varies so much depending on the complexity of the concept that is being looked at. So I would prefer to keep it as a committee. And then there's that choice, and then it's sort of dovetailed with the work plan. It had a work plan item on youth voting that was approved by the prior council, and it was working on that item, and then the council decided, for reasons that weren't really explicated at the time, to just tell the body to stop meeting. And so that cut off its work partway through. In the meantime, in just the last election, the city of Oakland voted on a youth voting measure for school boards, and it passed with, I think, almost 70% of the voters in support. So those are the kinds of things that this body can work on. And like I said, it does take time, and it benefits from taking the time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'd argue the other point of view. I think that, to me, other committees have kind of a substantive area. So you'll have something like, social and economic justice, or the library board, whatever it might be. They have something that is their area to work on. If we had a youth committee, I think it would make sense for the youth committee to look at whether, from a policy perspective, youth voting is something that we ought to be doing. But having it be the charter, having people just kind of looking at, hey, what can we do that's creative, that has to do with our charter, doesn't, to me, that just seems like we're adding to the overall workload of the city without a clear reason to do so. I think that we should be looking at what we have. We should do our strategic plan, update the strategic plan, and then decide, is there something in our strategic plan that is going to would require a charter amendment? And if we do, then we get a task force going and give this to them and have them come back to us with the recommendation. But to me, the charter is not a substantive subject matter area the way that transportation or social justice are substantive areas of concern. And a standing committee doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason.
I would totally agree with that.
Councilmember Quaid. All right, Councilmember Tiedemann, you want to weigh in?
I'd agree with Presto on this one. I think there's a lot that I'd love us to see us look at, and I think, everything that a lot of the others committees talk about. Councilmember Nason mentioned social justice. A lot of what happens with social justice has to do with our charter, so I think there is some benefit to having them keeping doing that work for long periods.
So I think what I've noticed is that we don't have many applicants for this committee at this time. Is that correct? Right. We have one applicant, is that correct? Okay, Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
I mean, I would offer that the body has been prevented from meeting for the entire last 2-year session. That doesn't actually invite people to apply to the body. It basically hasn't met, I think, in 3 years. And in terms of policy, I mean, that the remit of the Charter Committee is policy. It doesn't just process the mechanics of an amendment. For instance, it worked for about 1.5 years on the policy of whether to stick with an elected city attorney or go to an appointed city attorney. It invited city attorneys from cities where they were appointed and where they were elected to come and present and engage with the body, and then made a considered decision on whether that was a good idea or not. And then once it made the decision on the policy concept that Albany would probably be better served going to an appointed city attorney, then and only then did it start to formulate the amendment. So it is a policy-making body. And as I say, some ideas that came forward in the body, it determined were not a good idea, and so it didn't proceed with them. But I think it's important to have some group of citizens other than the council thinking about the charter.
So how would you, I mean, I understand what you're saying, that we don't have, it hasn't been active. How would you propose we market this to get more applicants? Like I said, right now we have one. And what would you suggest if we decide to keep this committee?
I would say that we would be able to market it by saying this committee is going to be allowed to meet again. I mean, I know people that have served in the past that probably would serve again, not that that should be our only pool, but I think we could go to the e-news and say, yes, this is a body that hasn't been allowed to meet for 3 years, but the council is interested in having it convene again because, charters and constitutions are not necessarily meant to be entirely static documents, and there can be new ideas that are brought forward, and then we'll still have to pass through the filter of the council approving them via the work plan. And I would ask, the previous council approved the charter committee to look at youth voting, and then about 1 year later directed the committee not to meet anymore. But it was never explained what changed around that concept. It was really, the committee was ended without discussion.
I don't want to discuss, I think it's inappropriate really for us to be getting into who did what. They were stopped from meeting, it's history, it's water under the bridge. Let's talk about the future. Let's figure out, do we need this committee or not? We don't have any applicants. Of course they're going to meet. If people who would apply, they would expect to go to meetings. Unless they're told, don't worry, there won't be any meetings. You can join, but you won't have to go to any meetings. So let's just figure out, what do you want them to do? You want youth voting?
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm getting, it's late.
And let's table these items. If you would agree, it is getting late. It's 45, and we extended it to 11:45. So let's table 11.2 and the new business to another agenda so we can effectively end our meeting, okay? Does that sound like a plan with everyone? All right. Do we need more time for me to, okay, someone make that motion. I would say just 11:50, that work?
I'll move to 11:50 so we can talk future agenda.
Thank you. And can you give a
Councilmember McRae?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes, we just extended the time to 11:50 so we can go and talk. We'll move to item 13, future agenda items. Does anyone have any items they would like to see on? Councilmember Nason, go ahead, and then Councilmember McQuaid.
I mentioned before that I would like to have a discussion of the plans of UC and also the traffic planning for the school.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Councilmember McQuaid. You're on mute. Go ahead. You're on mute.
Probably made the most sense then. It's going to transportation. We could probably get a report out from them. I'm not sure we need to spend a lot of time on it since it is going to that committee, but it's not up to me to make that choice. I'm curious as to when we're going to do the procedures and policies.
I think we have that February 19th, I believe. Is that right, City Manager? The second meeting in February?
In February, let me see if I can pull it while we're talking. I was just looking at it. It ideally will probably be a study session just before your regular council meeting because your meeting's filling up.
Okay.
Yes, right now we have it as February 16th, your second meeting.
Okay,
thank you.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, I was interested in talking about the art in public places ordinance, just for the purpose of considering whether the art committee could be charged with considering that in the development of this work plan for the scope of that ordinance.
Thank you. Councilmember Tiedemann, you have anything? All right. All right. Any public comments? We'll do in 1 minute. Looks like there is none. All right. Go to item 14 on the announcements and city meetings and events. Would ask everyone to govern themselves to the upcoming meetings. And if there isn't anything else, it's 11:48. I'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Thank you everyone for sticking in with us, and I wish you all a good night and have a good rest of your week.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good night.